Hell yeah, Kiwi. How's it going, everybody? I realized my mic was a bit loud there. My apologies. Hi. Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope everybody's having a good one. Let's turn my headset down a little bit more. Hi. Okay. So to make sure my face tracker was all good. Was all good. Hello. Hello, everybody. BLT is missing. There we go. Hi, Cynthia and Pancake. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you're all having a great one. Let me make sure. Yep, that's all good. Okay, cool. Cool. Today we're going to be doing some video editing. I got kind of sucked into listening to Creepcast. I've been slowly chipping away at the latest Creepcast. Or the second, not the latest, but the Spire in the Woods, because it's like a 7-hour episode, so I've been slowly chipping away at it, and it's really good. It's very slow burn, but I like it, and then I'll have to eventually get to Tiki Toby, which, I don't know how they'll feel about that one. But yeah, I like it a lot. I was squeezing it in right before stream. I was just like, just a little bit more. Alright, let me just quickly adjust this guy. But I hope everyone's having a good one. Love with you. Let's see. Okay, I think that's good for that. Alright, so 11 is edited. 10 is good. It just needs to be uploaded, which I'll upload tomorrow. 12 should be downloaded, but I could be wrong. Episode 12. Yes, I've downloaded. And episode 13 will have tomorrow. But I think it's just gonna be me, Gore, and Boff hanging out. So I could just make it a Slaughterhouse episode if I want. I wanna rock right now. Who's streaming right now? Ooh, pretty lady. I don't know who that is. Oh, Fenari streaming. Some people swimming. Gord is swimming. Better Pat swimming. Do they have a lurk thing? Oh, your body. Oh, come on, rock your body. Rock your body. Check commands. There is no working. Working. Free stream, y'all. Okay, cool. Gotta do my daily checks. Because I also start uploading VODs. I want to see how yesterday's short did. It did poo. I love YouTube algorithm. Dude, I do not understand the YouTube algorithm whatsoever. Like, some videos, like, will do pretty good, getting, like, 1,000 views, which I consider good. And then other ones will just be abysmal. I'm pretty sure I tagged it. It's got tags. Who knows? But maybe maybe TikTok liked it better. It did. Okay, so let's upload. Let's get some stuff prepared, because today... Oh, I didn't post this. Okay. Because today is a V highlight day. Video editing. Not that one. That oatmeal for breakfast today, guys, it was pretty good. I actually ate the whole thing. I'm very proud of myself. And it had some grapes. But did you know? Did you know that if fucking milk goes bad, if it's like flavored milk, it can taste like fucking garlic? Oh, hold on. I was like looking into it a little bit. Why does my flavored milk taste like garlic? And we deduced that it's because it went bad. The garlicky taste in your flavored milk is likely due to the absorption of flavors that the cow ate, a defect in the milk itself. While it's possible the cow ate garlic, other strong flavors like onions and certain weeds can also be absorbed into the milk and cause similar off-putting taste. Additional oh. Oh! You telling me that, Patricia, it didn't taste like that before? I don't think it tasted like that before either, so but it's okay. I had plenty of the strawberry milk, so I'm happy. But I was just like, bro, this shit tastes funky. Which could explain why my tummy was a little bit upset the other day when I drank it. I feel like I don't think my stomach was upset, but it was like Twitch streamer. Cause like I was just like, oh, maybe my tummy hurts just cause like, maybe I didn't drink enough water, maybe something else, I didn't think it was cause of the milk, but it makes sense. It makes sense to me. I got no qualms with it. No qualms with it. Let's do it this way. They're in the same folder. Confirm. Actually, I need my Pura first. Actually, it's fine. Open recent to do. I did these. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I left you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. 12. That's a period. You come here. I was grabbing these guys. This guy. Pokey paw. Do this. Do this. Oh, it's hard to leave you, but I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I with you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to leave and I could never be a pair. Wish you come here. I don't see you, but I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to save you when I get you everywhere. I did it. That you were here. He loved me. Okay. Actually, I should be doing that. Hi, Rainer. Happy Tuesday. Okay, and then boop, boop, boop. Hi. All right, so that's good. This is good. That's all prepped. Thank you for the head pats. It's hard to see you, but I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to meet you when I get you everywhere. When I get you everywhere. All right. I need the name Dun, 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 dun. So I make sure that is correct. Just gonna redo this. And this is episode 21. I need these. Okay. Digital art. Twitch clips. Tiefling, D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, the bog is high wacky. How you doing? I missed you, bud. How you doing? Oops. Thank you for the wackest spawn case. Should be for V highlight. No. Hi, Havoc. Happy Tuesday. How's life? Life's been lifing. Life's as good as it was before. Life's vibing. You know, it's summertime. It's creeping on that summertime. I'm pretty vobbed. I'm vobbed. I don't know, I'm just existing. You get on your TV. Everybody sucks. Alright, so now we gotta switch accounts to maincoow VODs. Because maincoow VODs will need our Tuesday VOD. Ugh. Bet you didn't know. Bet you didn't know. Alright, let's see. 2025. I believe that's the 29th. Yes, ma'am. 28th can go in April. Yep. Joking chicks inside of me. I hope your D&D games have been going well, wacky. You're still doing those. It's inside of me. Shit on your TV. It's a violent pornography. Talking chicks inside of me. Gotta fix this one. Twitch streamer, video editing, coworking, cow, Minecraft, digital art, cozy, chill, English, indie, maincoow, upload, thumbnails, art, the 29th. That says the 28th, doesn't it? Let me go check. First foremost, 29th. It does, frick. Ah, my hand itches. Have your guys' hand ever itched to the point where you're like, you need to bite it? That happens to me sometimes. Okay, you know how we fix this? Do this. Right. But then we just whoop. Oh. Fucked it up. April 29th. Okay, so you know what we do? We redo it. We redo it. So this goes here. We had Milk Club Mons. We had this guy here. We had Live 2D Cubism up here. And then we had Gecko Shop Sim. Re-export that as the 29th. says I have April 30th, which would be incorrect. This is May 2nd. May 2nd. Yeah, it makes sense. Close. Change. And this was Twitch VODs. No. Nope. I got a new shampoo recently. Oh my god, do I love my new shampoo. It makes my hair so soft. I keep having Pixels pet me. Because my hair is as soft as Moira's hair is. And I'm like, whoa! Because, like, I don't know, my hair hasn't been this soft in a while. Like, I don't know. I think the last time my hair might have been this soft was when I got my hair done. And then, like, I never really had, like, conditioner and stuff. Like, I always use shampoo, but I didn't really use conditioner. But then my hair was, like, getting dry. And then, like, I only used, like, my shampoo, and then my shampoo was running out, and I have to wash my hair twice, with the Olaplex, because that's the type I use, and in order for it to get sudsy, so I was using tea tree oil, like, tea tree oil-based shampoo. Hi, Aunt Gabo! I was using tea tree oil, but it was, like, stripping my hair. And it was stripping my hair so much that even the Olaplex, like, wasn't combating it. And so my hair would get oily after, like, I washed it, which sucks balls because I have oily hair. Like, not extremely oily hair, but, like, if I don't wash my hair every other day, most times it gets pretty oily. And so I was like, frick, man. And then I was like, so we won the patio contest, by the way. I don't know if I told you guys about this, but we won it. And I got some new shampoo. And, it's been banging. It's like the L'Oreal something. And I was like, I mean, I guess I'll try it. It has pretty big fucking bottles for only $16. Okay, so just as a price comparison, we'll look it up. Hold on. It's like the L'Oreal Relieve purple shampoo bottle. Where is it? L'Oreal is shampoo. It's like this shit. It's specifically like this one. Right? So let's go on Amazon. Right, I got the dual one. I got the one that comes with both. It's like the shampoo. So it's like shampoo and conditioner was like $16, right? This is like $16, okay? Olaplex, which is like the one that you use when you go to the hair salon, which is one I've been using for a little bit. Fucking shampoo alone is $32. So if you think about it, and to be fair, at the time when I bought this, I had a bit more money. I had a steady income. I was like, I could splurge on the fancy shampoo. At the end of the day, I think I like my new shampoo better. But the Olaplex, so we'll say one bottle is, hold on, it's the number 4, but okay, it's like 250 milliliters, right? It's 250. Hi Devouring. I hope you had a good day. It's 250 milliliters for like $32. Okay? And to be fair, you're only supposed to use like a pea size. They're like, oh, you only use a pea size. You only use a pea size. But the problem with using a pea size is I have thick, dense hair. I have so much hair, you could make a dog out of my hair and I'd still have a full head of hair, you know? Okay? But then you got this shit, which has 828 milliliters for the L'Oreal one, right? Right? I don't even know if this is the one I bought. It looks like the one I bought, but I don't know if they have a bigger bottle. Because, like, it's a pretty big fucking bottle. Anywho, you get one bottle, like, right? That's 828, right? Milliliters for like $7, right? And so, like, doing the math, this is a better deal. And it leaves my hair softer. I feel like a little kitty cat because my hair is so soft. Me and my cat have the same hair softness now. It's great. The only problem is my hair's so soft, it will not keep a ponytail. Unless I, like, army band it to my head and, like, quadruple tie it. Which hurts. I don't want to do that. But, yeah. Yeah, so we stand this L'Oreal shampoo for now. It was funny. Some of the reviews are like, yeah, buy this shampoo if you want your hair to fall out. And I'm like, I think you got other things going on. Circle Hygor. I was just talking about shampoo. But yeah, my hair is so soft. It's so soft now. Thank you for the jacket. It's so soft. You going bald? No. No, unfortunately, no. I have so much hair on my head. I was saying earlier, I have so much hair on my head that you could make a full-ass dog and I'd still have a full head of hair. Because that's how dense my hair is. I have thick and dense hair. A lot of it. It's funny, like, I remember when I was younger and my mom would be like, alright, we gotta trim the inside of your hair with, like, the shearing scissors? Shearing scissors? Damn thick hair. I need body wash, but my skin's so sensitive. I use bar soap. So my mom would use these scissors to, like, thin out my hair. But, and, like, we'd have, like, we have small 5-pound Shih Tzus, right? And I would have an equivalent of that, and my hair would look the same. I use tea tree for my hair to make it fluffy. I had tea tree, shampoo. But the problem with the one I have, because tea tree will strip your hair, it kind of, like, takes, it, like, it, like, dries your hair out. Hi, Zoe! So I have a tea tree one. It's not this one, but my tea tree one, mixing it with the Olaplex just it's not the play. It's not the play because it makes my hair dry, and my hair gets dry, and it's just all sorts of weird, but now it's soft. Yeah, I need that because mine's oily. Yeah, like, if you strip your hair too horse shampoo, hell yeah, dude, let's get horse shampoo. What's it called? If you strip your hair too much, because tea tree oil will strip your hair, and if you don't, like, balance it out with, like, conditioner most times, right after you wash your hair, right after it dries, it'll start getting oily again because you're taking too much of the natural oils out. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna try the L'Oreal one. Maybe it'll be nice. People are saying it's good. It's a really good price considering what I was paying before was, like, triple the price for way less product. And if you have oily hair, good. Okay, tips for hair that I learned from my stylist. Okay, I use mane and tail. Get it from the big R. Do you actually? I mean, I'm not gonna be mad if you do. You know, you get your hair done how you get your hair. I don't know why I'm opening a video. I'll just do it in fucking Microsoft Paint. So tips for having healthy hair, from what I've learned from my hairstylist, is, we're gonna write them because I don't want to. 1, don't wash your hair every day. Don't wash it every day. Your hair has oil. Everybody has oily hair. Everyone has oil in their hair. But if you wash it every day, yes, I do. It's a big bottle and cheap and really good. You know what, man? Yeah. Hell yeah. You know, you're probably as gorgeous as a horse anyway. You know, you're probably like, if a horse was a man, you know? You do what you gotta do. Don't wash your hair every day. It's not good for your hair. Cause your hair will start overproducing. And, like, for oily hair especially, if you are washing your hair every day, you're stripping your hair of the I feel like, okay, I'm sorry. I said it, horse as a man. You're like this. You're like a centaur to me now. Like a you're this. You're him. You're him. You're Adam Driver now. Kiwi, you are Adam Driver in my brain now. You're just like a blonde Adam Driver to me now. I don't even know if you're blonde, but you're a blonde Adam Driver to me now. That's just okay. Anywho, back to the hair. Don't wash your hair every day. Some middle-aged wives want me. Not bad, right? 2, leave your shampoo in for a while. Leave your shampoo in for a while. So like suds up your hair, get it real good, and then leave it and like wash the rest of your body. And then go and wash, then rinse it out, you know? Cause the shampoo needs a minute to get all the dirt out of your hair and all the gunk out of your hair. So it needs a second to sit in there, and then you can wash it out. I wash mine every 5 days because of dandruff and oils, because I shave my head to regrow it due to damage. Right now, it's growing out, but my shampoo makes it feel greasy, I feel. So, if you want, you could try, because that's not bad either. My stylist says you can go a good-ass while. Deadass, you have to let us in it. Oh no, I'm doing it so wrong. No, it's okay. Like, a lot of factors will make your hair fall out. Like, if I don't wash my hair for like 3 days and I brush my hair, I have clumps of my hair just come out. And I just think that's just how it is. Because, like, when you wash your hair will naturally fall out and stuff. But, so just leave the shampoo in for a while. It helps. Another thing, oh, I had like a good one. If you want like soft hair, using shampoo and conditioner is a good idea, but I can't tell you how to use conditioner because shampoo is for your roots, and then conditioner is for your ends. And then you're not supposed to fully wash conditioner out. You're just supposed to wash it out enough that it's... Papa? Yes, you're a real horse boy. We should play that horse game. We should play that horse game that Vika told us about. I think that would be fun. Oh girl, you brush. I just shake like a dog. I brush because I like having hairbrushes. I like having my hair brushed. Sometimes I'll have Pixels brush my hair because it's just nice. Because my dad used to brush my hair a lot because he had a lot of sisters growing up. But I would say these are like the big 2. And then like if you feel like your hair is still overproducing like oil, maybe look at a different shampoo. But yeah, because like Pixels and I don't use the same shampoo. Because everyone's hair is very different. So it's all about trial and error. I just know tree oil will like... It cleans, like, you will just have your hair if you use tree oil. Like, you have no more oil on your head. But that's not always a good thing because then your head will be like, we have no oil! We need oil! And then it makes more oil and then you're overproducing oil. What is a song? Yeah, you are... What is this? What is this? Why is Adam Driver have a horse? Why is he posing with this horse? I like this one. He's like running. He looks so stupid. But why does he have a horse? Why is he running with his horse? Oh, it was for like a horse ad campaign. I didn't know horses could have ads. I didn't know that. My hair is boy shaped, so if I brush it ruins my hair. But yeah, I'm gonna use a new shampoo because I've noticed lately for the few years it's greasy and crusty. So thank you for the insight. I don't want to ask my fam. They rude as hell. Yeah, no, I got you. I had dandruff a lot when I was a kid, and then we had to use like Selsun Blue to get it like fixed because I had to go to the doctors. My parents took me to the doctors about it, and it went away. And then me and my dad have really oily hair, so I've kind of tried to maintain the every other day washing my hair. So, Eminem hair. Eminem has, like, short hair. Eminem. He always has a hat on. Oh, this is short hair. Yeah, you could, like... Yeah, and the nice thing about having short hair, you don't have to have a lot of shampoo. Slim Shady era. Shady era. Yeah, boy. Look at this. How did he stay so platinum blonde? How did he stay so platinum blonde? Like, who was doing his hair to keep it so perfectly platinum blonde? Cause I want like my VTuber, you know how my bangs have like these white strips? I want those. But it's grown out, so it's kind of like a mullet wolf cut for a guy. I like it. Butch lesbian aesthetic. He killed his hair being blonde. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's why it's like normal. I'm sure that's why it's like all natural color now. But I really want the like white bang pieces, and I don't want to have fake hair, but I also don't want to go through the trauma, because like people can have white hair when they're young, but like you have to go through like severe physical and mental trauma for it, and like I've had my share. I don't want to go through anymore. So I'll have to, unfortunately, I will have to dye my hair in order to look like my VTuber. Because I look a lot like my VTuber. I just don't have cat ears or horns. Haunces. I have gray hair because of stress. Yeah. Give me more of that gray hair, dude. This was 21. We need 22. Oh boy, I can't wait to post. So, not anything against Suika at all. Suika's fucking TikTok that I post about her is still getting comments to this day. Because people are just having conversations in the comment sections. A lot of them are very nice. They're like sharing VTuber tips and stuff like that. And then like, but some of them will have arguments over the fact that they don't think that VTubing is very accessible. And they don't think that this model is very accessible. Which, yeah, you know, give and take. I have gray eyes from pigment loss. That's cool. I have brown eyes. But yeah, this shit's got like 125 comments because people are still like having conversations about this video. So I'm very interested in what YouTube will do with that. Like if I look, yeah, see like someone are like, you guys can't see what I'm pointing at. But yeah, it's like right here, it's like people were talking about Suika again. Like there's still comments on Suika's stuff. Brown eyes are pretty. I like my brown eyes. I have like dark brown eyes, so in winter they look black, but in the summer they look brown. I think people that complain, I think, aren't comfortable with the pre-made model not being free with her stuff. $100 is cheap for that quality SMH. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the model is like, is it $100? Her hairstyle choices was on a taboo. Yeah, a little bit. There was a good bit of chatter amongst the comment section about her hairstyle choices. POC lag. Yeah, that's valid. It's... How much is it? How much would you like to pay? Did she change it? I thought it was like a set price. Oh yeah, $115. Oh, okay. I thought it was more. Yeah, it's $115. On VGen, it's like, you pay how much you want. And I was like, what? Did she change because of backlash? Nah, I think it's just VGen's different. I don't know if VGen you can put a minimum. But there have been a lot more pre-made models to come out as of late. Misu have hers. Have you done an art on vectors, by the way? I don't think I have. I should, because that's my main art. I do a lot of vector art. Hold on, let me add that to the list. Vector art. I felt like I did. I think I did the pen tool, but I didn't specifically go into vector art. But yeah, Misu's has come out. And then one of my mutuals, I think it's Virus, Vortex, Vovo, is also making a customizable model that has male and female features. And I think Hard maybe the art gun is also making one. But yeah, people get mad about everyone using hers, but it's kind of like I just see the same thing. Topic. Not everyone can get a model. I see no harm. It's when you act, it's your brand. It's when you act as it's your brand. I find troubling. Yeah, pre-made boom. Like theirs. Yeah, like they have POC representation with their hairstyles, which I really like. But yeah, I don't know. I think pre-made models are really cool. I think when I was starting out as a VTuber, I wish I had like access to like these kind of like live 2D pre-made models because I think they're really cool. But I like it. I think it's really cool. I think the art gun is making one too, but I'm not sure. Would save me money, yeah, because then you could just have any fucking model you wanted. I think I have to look at Blue Sky. I can't. It's not B-Sky. I think animation plans since they're used to so much the same face syndrome. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Oh, this is so cute. The art gun. I might be wrong though, but I thought that I saw something that kind of looked like they were making a pre-made model as well. If it's not them, it was someone. I think it was this. Like, look at that. That's so fucking cool. If they're the same, it's sort of just a lot of I want to be unique and slander creators using it, yeah. Yeah, I love it. Art gun is crazy. I do love art gun. Art gun's like one of my main inspirations a lot for art. Like, I remember I wanted a model from them when I first started out, but then I realized I'm poor. But yeah, this is what I was like, oh, maybe they're making, like, maybe they're, oh yeah, for sure their chin, the double chin stuff. But yeah, I'm, like, just wondering if this is gonna be, like, something where they're like, yeah, Yuli, yeah. Yuli is great, too. They're, like, the top two, in my opinion. And when I saw, like, the art gun make people productions and then, like, go into making live 2D people, I was like, whoa! But, yeah, that video was why I was like, oh, maybe the art gun is also making a pre-made model, which I think it would be really cool. Twin Tails is my new fave, but still, Boyo out budgets. But Slay, yeah, Twin Tails is so cool. I like Twin Tails a lot. I've been following them for a while. I don't really know. I don't think I have a favorite right now outside of like my model parents. Not to be like based or anything like that. I like how they drew me, and it's kind of like hard because you don't know how other artists will draw you. But yeah. Those are my fave corporal looking. Same. I like and stan Yoko. Yeah. Like, I think, to be honest, and we're not going into the drama surrounding it, but I really like Nano. Just because I really like how they draw, like, Buff Pup. Like, Buff Pup? I really like Buff Pups. I like Buff Pup model. I would die for a BZ art. Are you talking about Jersey? We talk about Jersey. Yeah, I just like how they drew Buff Pup. I like the eyes. The eyes are very cool. Yeah, I like Nano a lot. Nano's cool. I love her art. And yeah, it's cool. Like, they made Sayu's female model. Like, this is just so cool. I like how, like... Oh, yeah, and Bunch is really good, too. Starpy, their wife, Starpy, came back to TikTok not too long ago, so it was pretty pog. Bellbeep is also great. I like Love Mura as well. I like her art style. I like that they give them noses. The noses. My biggest thing, I remember when getting my VTuber, the locks, yeah. When, I I was getting my VTuber done, this VTuber model, I was like, I need a nose. Because I don't think my first model had a nose. I realize I'm having this ADHD train because I didn't take my meds yet. Where is it? It's in a specific folder. I don't think I had a nose. I had a nose, quote unquote, a nose. But I like having, like, I like having nostrils. I like having nostrils. I want to smell ya. I want to be able to smell. I love models with an uncanny nose. That's why I love bunches and love Muras are my fave. And I like yours too. Yeah, yeah. I like having a nose. Like, I want nostrils. I like having nostrils. Because of my style. Yeah, your style is more cartoony, so I feel like it makes more sense. I just, like, for the style that I wanted, like, I didn't want the, like, there are things on that screen that I wasn't supposed to show you. I love models. Yeah, I just love the versatility of them. And I like being able to, like, just like being able to sniff. It's so subtle. Hold on, wait. I want you to see it. I sniff. I like being able to sniff. It's fun. But that's the best models are the little derpy dot eyes one. Yeah. Yeah. Sniffer. Yeah, I got a sniffer. Alright, where is... I wonder how we'll have a hat today. There we go. Alright, we're doing stuff. I found a cute one for very cheap. I'm tempted. Ooh. Valid. Ooh, valid. Makes sense. Makes sense. I remember when I first started VTubing and I, like, collected so many, like, silly chibi models. And, like, I've come to this point where, like, I really like a lot of chibi models, I do. But at the same time, I like my model a lot because it's so expressive. But I like, I have so many, like, I guess it does. Like, I have the Chonky model, as you guys know. I have Babby Elaine. I have the wonderful Gore Made Me Crayon Elaine. I have Scuff Elaine. I even have a Bear Elaine, which was a meme because I like being a bear. I wanted to be a bear. And then I have my Biff ones, which Biff ones I don't really count because Biff's a bit different. But then I have my original ones and stuff. So, and my PNG technical girl math says it was free though. That's valid. The girl math, it was free though. Girl math, I like that. Girl math, it was free though. So sick to me. Get that freebie, yeah. Speaking of freebies, I got art done. You guys want to see some art that I got a while ago? Hold on, we got a DM for a possible mission. Hello, I love your schedule. I was wondering how much for the aesthetic having like fireflies. Ooh, that sounds so pretty. Just being sure that it being a static like image would be okay. Hold on. How much do I charge for schedules? 15 bucks? I could just maybe the extra detail I maybe do like 20? Okay. Sorry. I mean to you. This was made by the wonderful Ballistic. And I love it so much. Hold on, I want to show you guys. Let me just download them all. Give me a little cute extra. I love Basil. Yeah, Basil's great. So we got this art. We do with the splash effect. Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute? I love it. It's so cute. My little face. Look at the little stars in my eyes. Look, I'm so cute. I'm so cute. I love the way they drew me. It's so cute. They remembered my ring, which is great. I love it. 10. I like that they made it vibrant. Makes me happy. And then they gave me this. They gave me a little chibi. It's so cute. I love the little chibi. It's so fun. Love it so much. It's so cute. But yes, I'm very happy. Love it, chibi. Because the eyes. Yeah, I love the eyes. They're so vibrant. I like it. Look like butterfly. Yeah, I love it. But yeah, that was done yesterday. I'm very excited. I love it. I gotta make a folder for Basil. I gotta make a folder. But yeah, it was very nice of them. I adore them, and I hope that I can save up to commission them again, because that'd be fun. That's for stuff. Okay, I'm getting my arts of my new stuff as a treat because I have left over from my job. Yippee! I hope we get lots of fun art. Okay. Time, brain thinky. I set aside rest for saving. That's smart. That's smart. I remember when I didn't do that and then I cried. I lost my job, but then my job gave me severance pay. I need some fruit snacks. I want some fruit snacks. But maybe I didn't. We are doing. What are we doing? Technically, it should be this one. Not that one. We'll start with art tips because I don't want to do that one. I don't really want to do this one right now, but we're gonna get it out of the way first. Instead of all of them, I like the other ones the most. YouTube likes these ones a lot, though. Yeah, okay. So, I'm trying to learn Lin Boyle to make fancy flames for my overlay ideas. If I can't learn, I'll buy it because I only have so many spoons. That's valid. What's Lin Boyle? What? What? Oh. Ah. Interesting. Oh, I see what you're trying to do. So like the wiggly animation. No, yeah, that's valid. What I usually do to make this effect is I just draw the thing twice. I just draw the thing that I'm drawing twice. I think that gets the point across, I think. Yeah, because you never draw the same thing twice. Oh my god! Oh my god! Here, use this. I love Goria. I love Goria. Oh shit, they're doing it in live TV. I love it. Look. I love that. That's so cute. Banana. Dude, that's cool. But yeah, I just think it's just drawing things twice. Because, like, I did it with, like, my fish. Where is it? My wrist hurts. RP setup stream. Fish facts gifts. Thanks for the lurk. I don't like a good one. Like this one, maybe? Yeah, like, kind of like that. And obviously it'd be less aggressive because you probably color it cleaner, but yeah, like this. I didn't know it was called line boil though. That's interesting. Ain't gonna hire you. I just Raggy Chiffon did that for Atlas. Atlas models has that. This one. The paper VTuber. Do they have a video of their model? Hello. And Maury has it so that oh yeah, you're right. It does, doesn't it? I think the easiest way to think about it is just drawing something twice. Because when Atlas, oh my god, I just want a video of Atlas. A moose does it too. Oh, that's cute. Where is a video of their model? Yeah, so okay, well they're wiggling. But she does, yeah, so the more times you do it, the more variants you'll get. I think Atlas, her model was drawn like 3 times. Yeah, the Atlas, yeah. I like Atlas a lot. Their model's really cool. I like that they're paper. Take me to the beach. Trying to find a video of their model, and it's making him sad. I can't find it. Heart is cold enough. Maybe Rattle will have it. I like this person's rigging. This person's rigging is really good. They're the one that did Buff Pup's model. Where is it? Show it to me. Yeah, so you see, it's like this. And I think theirs was done 3 times. I think is how many times Raggy did the model. At least twice, maximum 3. Was what they did for this one, so I think it's really cool. Yeah, yeah. But I like it a lot. I think it looks cool. And that's how I was like, oh, so if I just draw it twice, we'd be Gucci. So that's how I thought line boil works. But there's probably some more technical techniques to it that I don't know. Alright. Alright. Okay, shapes and colors. We need the audio clip for shapes and colors. Shapes and colors. My wrist hurts. My wrist hurts, so it's arm sleeve compress time. It's compress time. This is the left hand. That's the right hand. This is the left hand, isn't it? It is. If I had extra income to waste, I'd get that YCH Rhea model. What's that one? What's that? My hand. And again, I love her. I love. It's super cute line boil. The processing thing is like. Oh, okay. Budget Corpo 7? Oh, interesting. Oh, tell me why. Shapes and colors audio. Yeah. Okay. And then we need a kaleidoscope GIF. Kaleidoscope GIF. My chest is hurting. My feet won't fall out of it. Don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow and pain. Let it be favored again and again. I love her. No, people are gonna take my satire joke as a real thing. I'm dying. Oh no! What joke was it? What? Huh? Art tips. This one. Don't select. What video? This one. Convert to MP3 start function. I'm gonna make a VTuber group of myself because I have. Hell yeah. Someday I want to make a VTuber group called The Breakfast Club, and it will consist of me, the cow, a pig hybrid. It'll be a pig something, because I'm a cat cow. So maybe like a cat pig and a cat chicken, maybe. And we'll all be hybrids. I mean, they could be whatever hybrid they want. They don't have to be a cat, but that will be the Breakfast Club. Someday, I'd have to find the hybrid chicken and a hybrid pig that is willing to put up with my shenanigans first. I have the hiccups. Fuck. Cow dog, Moopy. What? I was wondering if you were gonna talk about Is it on Twitter? I was thinking you were gonna talk about Niu. Niu is also a cow puppy. I like her stuff. This is her cow puppy. She's very cute. I like her art. Oh my god! We were thinking. Oh, I didn't realize they were called Moopy. Oh, yeah. No, I love her too. It's super cute. I saw this design and I got so pissed off because I was like, why can't I be her? Her shoes are cow hooves. I love her so much. She has an egg. She has an egg that she can hold in her mouth. I followed the Eggy designs, so seeing her rebrand was sick. Yeah, from this to this. Yeah, she's super cool. She's super cool. She's so cute. I love her. Very 10 out of 10. Oh shit, Contel VA follows her. That's fucking sick. Anywho. Before I get distracted again. But yeah, no, I love her shit. 10 out of 10. It's like this section. I might take this out and put this here. Okay, and then we take the kaleidoscope GIF. And then we... That's not bad. Let me zoom in it a little more. Okay, so it's gotta end here. Okay, so if I did... Okay, cool. Hell yeah. What's this? They made it a flail. Effective flail, to be fair. It would be a very effective flail. My goodness. My goodness gracious. Oh, my eyes. I can't even find... Okay, there it is. The vibrator fucking flail got me so fucking fucked up. I couldn't even find the fucking thing I needed to do with the video. Jesus. Brain is damaged. That would damage my brain. Oh, is that where that ends? Is that where the audio ends? No, we could cut it here then. Like this. Go ahem. Oh shit, I didn't. Oh no. Scruffito! Scruffito! Oh, shit. Okay. Why aren't you going away? Scruffito. Scruffito. Breaking down. That's how I kind of don't give a shit. What the fuck? I did it again. Stop. Main font. Outside only. Black. But not actually black. Well, the art tips. Art tips. The caption 874. 874. Bump. I'm doing last minute add-on to my demon kitties. Hell yeah. Wow, purple beans! Purple beans! Do you think purple beans are cool, BLT? Nice. Small feet freak me out. Small feet? What's wrong with small feet? Small feet? Scruffito. Let's see. Why? Where's it? No. The fact that rabbits have no beans, devil's craft? Why the fuck do I keep... Hold on. Don't piss me off, so I'm just gonna turn this off for now. Mark confused the days to hang out and just slept the entire day now. What do you mean? We're hanging out tomorrow, yeah? We're hanging out tomorrow, right? He thought it was today? Oh, poor boy. Poor boy. Poor baby. Goes to bed. Yeah, I mean, feel like you could have done something with your day, but yeah. I yawn and I try to keep my eye open. Scruffito! Mark doesn't do things. He sleeps unless I give him his entertainment. He should do more art stuff. I miss when he used to do pixel art. I really liked his pixel art. It made me want to do pixel art. Now he don't do it no more. But that's okay. Maybe he needs sleep. Maybe he wasn't getting enough sleep or something. I don't know. It was cute, yeah. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I think he got bored. That's possible. We slept like 3 hours. Oh, yeah, then that's probably why. Poor baby. Poor baby. Just like, bro, it's been 10 hours. Never enough. No, it's never enough, Gore. You gotta sleep 12 hours. 377. I do like a slow spinning thing. Not that way, this one. But I'm bored. I need the British to bully or I'll continue Twitter drama. That's valid. That's valid. tell him to stop being a pussy. You not have he has a phone, don't he? Just call his phone. Just be like, bitch, get the fuck up. Honestly, we probably should be trading phone numbers, to be fair. Just because we're friends and maybe we need to call each other because stream late. I want to do a record scratch. Where's my record scratch? Record scratch, here it is. I just told him you're streaming, so I'll see if that wakes him up to scare him. We'll see. I don't know if he ever really, if that would spook him. We'll find out. My brain. Okay. Breaking down the specifics. Sgraffito. Happy Toads was leaning too much and laughing yesterday, so it made me bleed. No! Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Thank you for the lurk and trying to be good. Yeah, be good. Have a good work meeting. Scratch paper, mastering Sgraffito, breaking down. Wait, what the fuck did I say? I think it would have to be this one next. Should I break your heart? I don't want to go to a point where like they're just focusing on it. Like this one. No, I just want to see you carve it, dude. Okay, well that's slow as fuck, but you know, I'll take it. Maybe I'll take it, I don't know. Show me you scratching up that paint, brother. Okay. Okay, so like... Okay, enjoy. So, breaking down. So, it'll be like this. And then breaking down. By the time I say down, I want to be in bottom center. Bottom center. Bottom 0.73. 0.73 with negative 496, I'm guessing. Yeah, boy. I want a different section of this video when it's like showing off like the designs and stuff. Like here. Um, 0.73 and then negative 496. I have a tons of ideas for like interactive stuff with the machine. I just can't do anything because I can't draw. You can write them down so you don't forget. Did I skip the line where I talk about where it comes from? I think I might have skipped the line where I was like, it originated in Italy. It looks like I have a cluster of sand, but it's there. I have to look like I have it. It looks like a cluster of. Yay, man! It works. If it works, it works. I think I did. I think I cut out a sentence. I don't want to like skew me and like zoom in and be like, ahem. I'm gonna scare someone I work with being like, so this is my plan, points to the wall. Hell yeah, red string theory. Red string theory, they'll be like, this. Sweating gif. What's that? No, let's do a confused gif. I think a confused gif is better. I want this one. It's just very straightforward. I like it. How I felt. That's how I felt. Oops. Change speed to 150. Scruffy dough, and then I want to pop up like at the face or something. Not this one. Oh my god. I think that's okay. Let's have another section of this video, I think. That'd be goob. Come on now. You know that is fine to remember. I have arms around me. This is very pretty. Okay, so let's do the fox section. This section. Here. Here's my plan. So if I kind of want to bring this one over, do like the blue bird and then cut it off before this. See how that looks. I think people with weird fetishes are probably a bit more intelligent on average. What is happening? There's a level of sophistication required there, I think. No, I don't think so. I think that you can be a pervert and have 2 IQ. Just whatever makes your dick hard, and that's not necessarily an intelligence thing, it's just kind of the thing, like, whatever makes your blood flow. Like, you can be into feet and have, like, 1,000 IQ, but you could also be into feet and have, like, no IQ, you know? I'm not into feet, and I have an average IQ, I think. What do you mean? Feet is weird! Feet are weird. When I talking about like being into a car, I think that's just called trauma, Pookie. I think it's just called trauma. I don't think it's intelligence. I think it's trauma. About Cars movie unlock trauma. Yeah, dude. I would not be surprised. Let's take that one and this one. Hi, Shadow. Okay, I have to make it clear to myself that I cut a line. I cut this line. I don't like feet, but I see why people are into them for reasons that they use them for. I don't understand people that are like into being squished. I like being squished. I like it when I mean, I don't think it's sexual, but I like it when Pixels lays on top of me because then I feel like I'm getting like a big weighted blanket on top of me. But that's not sexual, so maybe it's different. But I like that feeling because I have autism and yeah. I mean, like, dick flattening, but I didn't want to say that. That's okay. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't get sounding. I don't know if it... I don't know. Because, like, with those kind of fetishes, right, you can get hurt. So I don't... It's off to me, like, those humans need to be put in cages. No, I agree. I agree. Have you seen, I don't know if you've seen Jackass before, but there's a thing where they play like table tennis, but with their dicks flattened in between like two pieces of plexiglass. Yeah, that's what that reminded me of. I love the pain. I love pain, but I get, yeah, there's a limit. Yeah, especially if you can seriously hurt yourself, right? So, track down. Yeah, I remember God. Yeah, I did. Maybe it's like that. Do I have a cutoff for B-roll? I don't. Okay. I might give it some anyway, but we'll see. Can pretty beautiful and unique works of art. Beautiful. Jackass was iconic. I miss stuff like that, or Fear Factor. I don't think I was as much into Fear Factor, but I definitely did like Jackass. I think I marathoned it at one point when I was in college because I liked it. Oh, I feel like rotating this building makes it look weird. It's like... Yeah, I wasn't into it as Jackass, I agree, but it was on and I watched it. Yeah, no, if it was like on, I would watch it too. But it's kind of like, I get scared because it's kind of like, if I was in that situation, I would be dead. You know? But like, watching it's kind of fun. But I would never want to be in those situations because I like the psychology of people, of why people are doing these strange things. See, that's just where we gotta watch. See, that's what I like too. But like, I watch like My Strangest Addictions, Extreme cheap people, Hi Kaneko, and Hoarders. Yeah, I like it. You watch Extreme Couponing too? That one I haven't gotten around to watching it. I've like seen clips of that one. Cause like, I feel like if I watch Extreme Couponing, there'll be a point where I'm like, damn, I wish I could do this. But then I remember that all my grocery money comes from the government, so. Hi, Koneko, I've missed you. How are you doing? Prefer proxies. I pretty much I watched pretty much everything that was on TLC in the early 2000s, and same bless EBT, hell yeah, bless Snap, dude. But yeah, no, I really liked early 2000s TV shows. I like Hoarders a lot. I don't know why, cause like shit sucks, but I don't know, I just liked watching them clean. I think I just liked watching them clean. I think I just like cleaning. That's all. More. Scratch paper. Scratch paper is where we pop up the image of scratch paper. Son of a bitch! It's a weird ass file format. Scratch paper. I watch Storage Wars because dude, I love Storage Wars, bro. Pawn Stars and Storage Wars were great. I love weird knickknacks. And I liked the black guy from Storage Wars. He's the one that's like, watch your profanities. Kenny Crossley. I think it was this guy. Yeah, Big Kenny. Yeah, I like Kenny. The old man and Kenny were like my favorite duo. Man, I'd watch this again. I'd watch Storage Wars again. Sorry, work was interesting. No, you're okay. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just happy to see you here. Alright, well, fuck it. We'll do this one. Save. Has been. Haha. No, you're good. I saw some of Storage Wars because I had to watch some before my surgery because it was on, ironically. So it was weird to see how old it was. That's valid. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good. Happy to see a familiar face again. You can feel the waves when chat gets busy. I just gotta go on top. Scratch paper. I came back to a punch in the childhood. Oh, the scratch paper? Hell yeah, dude. Scratch notes are the best thing. I begged my mother to get it for me. I got to play with them once, and I always thought they were cool. I never had my own. I took it from my neighbor. Why must you look at things that make me feel old? I'm doing okay just fine. Hey, man. I don't know, man. It's just how it be. I don't know. I grew up with this, too. You're not that old. I also grew up with this. It's okay. I like those bears that you can draw on, or the leg thing with the squeegee that's kind of like scratch, but it makes it like rainbow. I liked the rainbow crayons. Oh, I had one of those, the light up peg things. Boy. Light brights. I had a light bright as a kid. I don't know whatever happened to the board that made them light up, but I always had the pegs. I put them in my mouth. The washable teddy bears, I had those. I had one of those. Teddy bear. These ones. I had a purple one. The doodle bears. The doodle bear. I like a purple one. That's the one I had. I had this one. It was in the little image. I had this one. I had the purple one. Walked around with a tooth tune in my mouth until the battery died. I think I used a tooth tune once, and then I got tired of the song, and then I never used it again. I miss like early, like 2000s toys. I like them a lot. What was another one? Another one was like, what was it was like the Spirograph toys, the Spiral Doodles. I used to have, like, you know, that Leapfrog is my sister. I used to have, like, you know what Leapfrog is? My sister used to have that because she was dumb. The Spirographs. Spiral art. These are cool. I had something similar, but I don't remember. That's valid. We had one that was Justin Bieber, and one that was Hannah Montana, and one that was Spider. I had the Hannah Montana one. I had the tooth tune ones I was in Montana. But yeah, these are cool. I like those a lot. And then copy, paste, position, apply. Why does this feel? Oh, it's because I didn't apply the zoom. Okay. Back to the peak of ball and cup or hoop and stick. My favorite toy. You guys reminded me of something, but now I've forgotten. You know what? Actually, you know what? One thing I really wanted? The cake mold thing. This thing! The bacon fill? The Betty Crocker bacon fill? I always wanted one of these. I thought they were cool. Cause, like, you could put, like, ice cream. Yeah! Yeah, I wanted one of these. I was too young. I was too young when these kind of things came out, though. Cause, like, I didn't even know how to bake. Look at this, it looks like a baseball. Looks so cool! Yeah, the ice cream. Oh, like, look, this is the watermelon one. Yeah, but I thought, like, the ice cream center would be so cool. I always wanted one. I never got one. Maybe someday we'll do a baking stream and we'll make one of these. My memory's unlocking. Yeah, dude. Look, someone made an R2-D2 one. That's cool. Look at that. R2-D2. That's cool. I always wanted a slap. Yeah, the slap chop. Slap chops. Slap chops are pretty cool. Slap chops were pretty cool. Another thing I wanted was the fucking. Oh, I remember the fucking blow marker. Well, the blow markers. You'll blow on the back of them, and they would send out fucking ink. I wanted one of these. And you're bringing up cakes. I used to be obsessed with Cake Box until I found out the guy is an asshole. Cake. Oh, you mean Cake Boss? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, but look at the blow pen art. Look at the blow pen. Blow pens. Oh my god, you were still like shake those and then blow them up and exploded, and my mom was pissed because I blew it at the wall. Yeah, I always wanted one of these. I never got one, but I thought they were cool. You know what I did have though? It was kinetic sand. I had this as a kid. I had kinetic sand as a kid. I was very careful and was a bitch to put away, but I was very careful with it because it had like this case, but it wasn't like a hard case. It was like this. It was like a squishy case. It was like a squishy case. My sister had that shit. It's cool. Feels weird though. She had a ton of the foam stuff too. Yeah, I loved the kinetic sand. I wish I still had it because I loved the kinetic sand. The kinetic sand was fun. Orbeez! I loved Orbeez. Oh, do they have new ones now? Kineticsand.com. What the fuck? Yo. Learn more project. Planet project. I just want the sand. I want the flower one. The Squish Blossom was cool. Oh, well, they have a Dino Dig one. Oh my god, they have a cake playset. Oh. I want one too. My cat might eat it though. A variety case! It's in stock on Amazon for $30. That's cool. I had to go take a piss. While we're going down memory lane, does anybody know a snack called Yogos? Bro, of course. Dude, I remember eating Yogos as a kid, and then they stopped selling them. I liked these ones, the purple ones. The crazy berry ones. I had them once. On a school field trip. Oh my god, do you remember those things? Okay, it was like these toys that came in like a floating capsule, and it looked like a Tamagotchi, and you would get a fuzzy little creature. It was super cute. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't think so. Floating choking hazard. My brother got one stuck in his nose. What the fuck? Floating capsule with fuzzy creature toy. Oh, are you talking about one of these? The grow toys? Are you talking about the grow toys? The grow toys? When you put them in water? I loved these, dude. I love how big they'd get. Look at that shit. I never got them to get this big, but I would love to have one of these and just make it big as fuck. What is this one? What is this one? This is different. It's cute. No, but yes, I've had those, but no, it's like a see-through capsule, like a container. Kind of looked like a dildo, but a little guy was floating in it. The only thing I can think of is like the squishy tubes. How do they grow? What do they look like? They just look like stress balls. My ears, I'm sorry. I got excited. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're talking about old toys. Talking about old toys. My bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that see-through capsule toy. No, the loud is okay. Just context. Oh yeah, we were just talking about toys. Toys. Peppa Pig. I gotta go take a piss. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a piss break, and then we gotta edit videos. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Think about other nostalgic toys, and we can talk about them. We should have a rating stream. We should rate them. We should have a rating stream about toys. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. The fuck? I'm sorry, but you just lost the game. You fucking talking about the old. The fuck. God damn it. I was having a good toilet time. Thank you. Is this weird thing? Oh shit! Dude.
I'm sorry, but you just lost the game.
Do I have? Where is it? I have the. Hold on. I had to do a thing on Twitch really quick. Twitch. Did wash hands. I just had to go pee. But I did wash my hands. Where is the? I forgot stream help. Where is it? There's like a thing to like accept requests. And I forgot how to get to that. There's two more quick actions. Stream health. Actions. Ah, here it is. Pop out. Twitch requests. Apply. Because I haven't been able to, like, give people back their points for using the wrong stuff. There we go. Okay, so let's go to the latest one. Reject. Delete all. Delete all. Try to shoot the ring onto the hooks. Look, like you talking about the carnival game? Talking about the carnival game? Also, I always wanted one of these. But I was never allowed to have them. I always wanted one. Meebuzz. I like the Meebuzz. Me and my sister used to collect them, and I had the teal fuzzy one. This guy. Okay, we gotta go to the DJ. Okay. One thing that I remember when I was on the toilet was Squinkies. Tasted like toilet water. Squinkies! Because they were just tiny little toys that came in these little capsules, and I liked them a lot. They were like Polly Pockets, but they were squishy. I wish I collected more Squinkies. I was only allowed Squinkies once. I like those, and I like the little pets that were like a little robot and had wheels on them. Had hamster. Oh my god, these. Oh my god, what the fuck were these called? Y'all remember these? What the fuck were these called? What the fuck are these? I have these! I have them in my office. Hold on. Hold on. Open the image. Hold on. Where are they? What the fuck? Okay. Open image in new tab. Okay. So I have some of these actually. Oh fuck, I did it wrong. Okay, so I have I have the hippo. I have the cow, the pig. I have the killer whale. I have the penguin and I have the monkey. I don't have the other ones. I have them somewhere in my office, actually. Is it in that box? Are you in here? Oh, my little... They could be. No, it's not in this box. Okay, they're probably on my rolly cart, and I don't want to get them if they're on my rolly cart because I'm lazy. But yeah, I had a few of these. They were from like the 25-cent machines. I love 25-cent machines. You know, like the little like gumball machines, but they had toys in them. I loved those. I love those toys. They're my favorite. I always, even if I see one of those nowadays, I still want to get one. Like I still like, I'm like, oh, give me. All right, let's do scratch video. Little homies figures. I had a few of those too. Little ninja guys. Yeah, I had mini ninja. Yeah, they had elements and stuff. Mini ninja toy from Gumball machine. I have a blue one. No, not those guys. They were like the alien. No, I just saw them. I just saw them. These guys. I have a blue one and I have an orange one. I think I have this one, and then I think I have this one. Okay, I have to go get them now. No, Chad, I don't know where they are. Chad, I don't remember where they are. Fuck. Shit, I'll find them eventually. I remember moving with them. But I have like a bunch of those. And there's a Lego figure in that box too. What I stole from my grandma because I never was allowed Legos as a kid. My brother would get those every time we went to our Chinese buffet. Wait, if we're talking about those, we could talk about Skylanders. Like, come on. Skylanders are different. Skylanders went with a video game, bro. Skylanders went with... I have one. My friend, she gave me one because she had an extra one. But they all had like a ton of different series, even a Zodiac set. I went crazy over them. That's valid. Honestly, they're kind of cute though. They're cute. Makes sense. Yeah, but like I collect the little pets, but that didn't come till later. Squints, did it? I like the ones in the little boxes that were really tiny. You need a RetroTube TV filter. That's what our collab TV is for. I did make another TV. But yeah, there's this girl, Hex. I have her. She's like over there. Like I'm pointing, but you can't tell, but I have her. And my friend gave me her. She had an extra one. I really liked Wrecking Ball though. Wrecking Ball was very cute. My friend's favorite was... Do they have it on here? Yeah, her. Stealth Elf. She really liked the forest ones. Yeah, dude. My friend has like all the Skylanders. Like all Skylanders that you could have ever imagined. I think she had all of them. I'd be surprised if she didn't have all of them. But yeah, she was really into Skylanders. I just watched her play it when I was at her house. Tooth broken by a Bakugan. How do you break your teeth? Because of a Bakugan, bro. It was like a skill issue. Sounds like a mega skill issue if you ask me. I have Bakugan and my cat tries to eat them, but I don't let her eat them. It was an intense match. I mean, valid. You know what I wish I always had? I wish I had a custom Beyblade. I wish I had a Beyblade, dude. I love Beyblades. Beyblades are cool. I wish I had one as a kid. Oh my god, why is there not a Beyblade simulator? I don't know, dude. Jackie Chan Adventure coins. I don't think I ever had those. Actually, it should be this way. And then this should get copied here. The scratch paper needs to move. But, no, yeah, dude, I could talk about, like, these toys all day long. I used to love these toys a lot as a kid. Okay, what is... There's, like, a bottom bar text, and I don't want that in the video. When I said this out a little bit. Going back to the time when fast food places had kid. Oh my god, I loved McDonald's toys, dude. McDonald's toys were the shit. McDonald's toys. I loved old McDonald's toys. They had an Adventure Time one. I fucked up. I didn't know they did an Adventure Time series. Fuck, it's $400. I'm still sad I didn't get a Minecraft one. We never got the chance to go and get a Minecraft one, and I'm sad about that. I wanted a Minecraft one. I remember I had the Incredibles toy car. They're Invincibles. The Invincibles toy car. Like, they had a car that came with these guys. I wanted the doggies, and they had, like, Nintendo dog. Yeah, the doggies. I had some of those. These? Yeah, we had two of them. I think we had this one and this one. And they're like magnetic, so we put them on a lamp. They've just been sitting there ever since I was a baby. But the OG Pokemon toys out. Shoot, I don't live far from a flea market. I guarantee there would be some for sale. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, fuck yeah. I want to go to a flea market so bad. I miss it. Me and my family used to go to flea markets all the time. But lately, the newest ones I really want are the Squishmallows. And Mark is only like got them because he's stupid and he's British. They had Squishmallow ones. I had the Chihuahua one. Yeah, I like the big noses. I had the Pokeballs. Oh, with the metal cards, those were fucking fire. I always wish I had one of those. My friends had those. I didn't get those. It was Squishmallow. McDonald's Squishmallow. What the fuck? I didn't know they had these. I like them. They're tiny though. I'm surprised someone didn't just break the glass and just take them. I'm gonna be honest. My Mew card is my favorite thing. That's valid. Golden. Gold card. Okay, gold Pokemon cards. If you were allowed, I think you would just do it anyway. Yeah, these, and they're fucking cool. I would want this one. Togepi. Your diary in my house. I read those pages, you would love me, baby. Remember correctly, didn't like Burger King have some like similar, but they were just like coins and they'd come up with these like weirder Oh, I think. I had a Mew and Mewtwo, but they got beat up. Damn. At least you had them though, you know? McDonald's. Oh no, it's like Burger King. Pokemon. Mewtwo deserves to be beat up. Damn. Oh my god, wait, I had one of these, but it had the flaming the flaming monkey. The fuck? What is he called? What the fuck is that flaming monkey called? Pokemon flaming monkey. This guy, Chimchar, had Chimchar. Yeah, it had Chimchar in it. I had one of these, and it had Chimchar in it, and I didn't like him. He was kind of boring. Look at Fat Pikachu! Yo, Fat Pikachu. Probably doesn't even have feet. Oh, wait, he does have feet. Damn! I want this one. Fat. No, he fat. He fat, baby. Cobblemon. Listen, I don't actually like Pokemon all that much. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really like Pokemon all that much. I think it's cool. I think it's fun. It's a creature collector. I like creature collecting. I'm not all that into Pokemon though. Too many. There's too many. Oh, to be an adult and collect some Lego figures and katanas. Hell yeah, dude. I'm obsessed with Pokemon. I can't listen to your slander. I'm personally not a I'm just personally not a Pokemon person. Like, I'll talk about Pokemon because I grew up. I don't like collecting the new ones. Yeah, I like the old ones. Like, the Gengar era. The Lucario era. I've never really, like, I grew up Pokemon adjacent. I didn't really watch the TV shows. I didn't really play the games. I tried to play the games, but then I get bored. Because once I got the Pokemon I wanted, that was it. Like, once I got Lucario, and then, like, once I got Gengar, I didn't care anymore. Like, I have my Pokemon, I'm good. I'll make you sit with me when I play Pokemon so you can suffer between it, and I'll name all the Pokemon so you can understand their Pokemon there. No. I'll fall asleep on stream. Don't you fucking test me. I'll fall asleep. I'll go to sleep on your stream. I'll snore. I'll make sure I snore. I'll make sure I'm sleep deprived so I'm more tired, and I'll snore on your stream. Well, I was also the kid who'd get the card games because I liked the show. I had so many chaotic cards. Yeah, like I liked collecting the cards. I also collected Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I've gone on a crash out session, like starting shit over Pokemon because I know every single Pokemon by name and it's taken up the entire part of my brain, so I don't remember anything else. That's valid. Or expose her to the Pokemon Fusion. I know what the Pokemon Fusion generator is, and I like it, but it makes me sad that they're, like, not real. Is it this one? Is the one also that shows, like... It's fit for Discord. It's super late for me, but I have it. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, feel free to get rest. Love you so much. I'll be sure to message you on Discord. It's just stupid. I don't like this. Milk Tank has the worst fusion. Oh my god, it started with Milk Tank too. Let's do a random one. I miss you too. I'll be sure to message you on Discord. Fuse. Ew, what the fuck? Ew, what did we do? This was random. Look at him. He's ugly. I hate it. I hate this. This is stupid. This is so stupid. Ew, he looks so ugly. Because he's like trying to do this pose. That's so stupid. I feel like it's this one. Yeah, and then you can like me posing at the gym. Oh, me too. Mood. Fuck yeah, dude. V6? So V6? Calculate. Oh yeah, because it gives you like the different... Yeah, I think it's this one, and it gives you like the different like possibilities. You're not gonna give me the icon? The fuck? I don't really want. I've been listening to this song too much. But they're not gonna give me? I don't know if any of you guys have ever played it, but there was like an online Pokemon battle system. Pokemon fighting game. The fuck was it called? Was it Pokemon Showdown? Pokemon Showdown! I'd play this. I played this. This is the most I've ever played a Pokemon. Was this. And you'd get to build your own teams. Hi, it was pretty good. Wait, who are you? Talking to a team builder is weird. Okay. I hate battling. I love battling. Yeah, Pokemon Showdown. I played Pokemon Showdown with my friends. That's as much as I played a Pokemon. That's like it. Alright, I'm off to bed. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have good eep. I'll be sure to DM me on Discord. Sleep well. I'll remember. I'll remember. That's how I remember. I like picking stuff off the floor. That is on brand though. That's on brand for you though. Scratch paper. Made me feel like you need a child harness. What is that? Hold on. This one. Wait. I want to remake this. We're getting distracted, but I don't really care. It's already 4! Guys, it's been 2 hours and I haven't even edited one video. Alright, you know what? I'll reward myself because we're really close to finishing art tips. So I will reward myself with finishing art tips by drawing me, Boffy, and Gore as this meme. If I can get one video done, which I have to get all 3 done. This meme, this one. This one. I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to do it because drawing is hard. Bro, Mark not fit in that harness. I can make him plumper. That's what you get an adult harness for, you know? Alright, look at this. They have 5 of them. The fuck? 4 people on a leash meme? What the fuck? Can we have, like... I like the quality of this image, though. Can we have it, like... just be 2? He better be the one holding us because you are not responsible. I feel I'm more responsible than the either of you. I wish it was like a 3-way, you know? Like you're holding my leash, Bobby's holding your leash, and I'm holding Boffy's leash, you know? I wish it was like that. I absolutely disagree. What? What? Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, so I'll make, fine. I'll make Boffy this one, and then you'll be this one, and I'll be this one. Mark is the most problematic, then you, then me. Yeah, that's why I thought I would be in the middle. Okay, I have to find a scratch paper meme. No. No. Batman to hold us on a leash. Okay. Fine, I guess. No, that's fine. I can do that. It'd probably be easier to draw him anyway, to be fair. Okay. Do your job. I'm trying. Okay, the beginning part is fine. I think this is fine. I don't think I actually have to do more than that, so I just need to add audio and then subtitles. And because I've been a binky baby today, I'm gonna do one more video and then I'll draw us. And make sure there's no talking in this. Me. I like this one. I actually have to move. I like because I was like, oh, I'll just do this one and then I'll draw. I put my tablet in front of me, but I can't really edit if I do that. And I've decided I'll do two because I've been procrastinating. Bye. Fucking loud as fuck audio. Maybe that isn't the music that should go with it though, because the video's really bright, so I also need Living on the sofa wasn't me. And so here. Sky's wet and it's making me upset. Why rain make you sad? It's Mabba. It's a Mabba. Proxima Nova. P. Bold. Ooh. What the fuck? Wasn't me. Sitting on the sofa wasn't me. Shower. Wasn't me. Okay. Not sad. It's too cold and it's slushy snow. Oh, ugh, slushy snow. Ugh. I don't even like slushy snow. Like, I like snow, but I don't even like slushy snow. What about this one? No, I want to be like more. I could do this. Yippee! Ours I said to my request for a simple ref so I can use. Sounds good. I mean, at least you have a base for them to work off of, yeah? I'm red-handed to the girl next door. Also, I need something to show off the body type because it's a chibi. Oh, that's valid. No, that's valid. Okay, I think this is good. For reasons. If I could draw, I'd make my own, but I can't wait because I want things now. No, that's valid. When I get excited about things that I get to do, I also am like, give now, make now, do now. When my heart is set on something. Was you? Also, let me check that vegan thing again. Well, the vegan thing actually has a little thingy. That sounds good. I'll send a ref. Pinterest board. Oh. Ooh, this might be hard. It's not hard. Okay, hold on. They also rarely open slots for this. I was like, give me because I get a nude base and they do it now for only $30. I'm not doing a fully nude because that's creepy. I will wear undies. Understandable. Yeah, I can definitely do something like this. Request and I can get to sample work to do do you have an image art that you want to use? Would you like a blank space that you can change up? So I'm just covering all, as I love seeing others but not mine on display. Thank you very much. That's valid. If I could do the shadow clone jutsu, I'd have switch shops worth just learning to draw and making everything I come up with. Mood. Cool. Okay. I forgot to ask them if it's okay if I stream it. Hold on. If I had two of me and one of them knew how to make models, I would save so much money. Mood on that. That is such a fucking big mood. Also, just let me look through this. I accept, continue. Okay, no, I think it's good. I don't mind waiting since most people get the art and then rigging later, so I'm just experiencing that now for the first time, which is kind of cool. Hell yeah, dude, that's cool. Alright, I will close that because I forgot that I asked that in my thing. Okay, so what am I doing? Oh, I'm relaunching DaVinci. That's right. Am I relaunching DaVinci? Okay, there you go. Okay, thanks, dude. You didn't really have. Okay. Not have to call me out like that, but I guess I get it. Listen, I like this song. It's a good. Caramel is a good song. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I gotta talk to them later about it though, because they tend to think it means right now. I gotta explain it's okay to put me low on the list. Ah, that's valid. Yeah, yeah. Some artists are like now mean now, or like now mean when. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's good to get establishing notes, right? I feel like the Bluey animation is fairly easy to learn and would translate to VTubing very well. Yeah, I mean, most animation styles would translate to VTubing well because they are made for animation, just like VTubing. VTubing and animation are very hand in hand. You would be, I feel like a lot of you might be surprised at the amount of like um animation industry people that are in the VTubing space. I like seeing claymation translated to live TV is very interesting. Yeah, I do too. All right. Shapes and colors, which the likes I've never seen. Blue uses a lot of rigging, yeah. It was just smart. It's smart to do it like that. A lot of games and stuff are coming to use like rigging. And there's more than just live 2D. There's like there's an Adobe product that does a very similar thing. Um yeah, yeah. It's cool. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's smart to have a character that's able to be rigged and then move around like that than having to like animate them frame by frame. So it's pretty cool. I like it. That's felt learning about this week's art technique. Scripto. Breaking down the specifics of Sgraffito, it involves through the top layer of paint or clay to reveal the underlying layer and create patterns or designs. Often, the results of this create this. That showcases depth and texture. A simpler and probably more accessible way to practice this type of art technique would be to use scratch paper. Blank paper that was used to remove rainbows of colors underneath that you'd get as a kid. That exact thing is a perfect example of Scripto. Cool. And then I just gotta make sure they're in the right position because I think my snap captions are based off of my art tip videos, but I'm not entirely sure. -57 instead. Close. -57. Close. There you go. I think. That didn't do it, did it? No, it didn't. Okay. There you go. What is this? There's like a tiny sliver right here, and I don't know what it is. A simpler. It's the word A. Okay. Oh, my neck. Okay. This is done. I should see how it's doing on the socials. It's been about like an hour. I'm upset more fantasy stories aren't creative when it comes to using magic for entertainment. Like, what do you mean? What doth thou mean? Decisions. I thought I got better, but maybe I didn't. Everybody. Do you? Oh my god. Do you have a favorite green goblin VTuber? Give me a golemancer who makes living cartoons. Oh, yeah, no, that's valid. That would be cool. Maybe just people aren't as creative as you, obviously. Oh, I forgot to edit this shit. God damn it. I don't want to edit that today. I don't want to edit this today because I'm going to have to edit it differently and I don't want to think about it right now. Photography. Choking chicks and sodomy. Shit, you get on your TV. Violent pornography. Doing one on Ren. Oh, not today though. I wish I had an overconfident. I wish I had an overconfident for when you compliment me. Oh, do you want a businessman one? Do you want a businessman one? I was thinking of drawing emotes today. Do you want a businessman one? I can make me a businessman. I can make us businessman one. Hold on, where is it? Emotes by Lumon. Hold on. Boffy has one. Load. Load. Load, you big bitch. I can try to find it in here if I can. If it doesn't load. There's a business one. Okay. There's a business one. Where's the business one? Violent pornography. This one. I make one of these. Make us both one of these, because I want one too. I want to make one for myself too. I can make you one. Yeah, Boffy has it. Hold on, wait. Where's Boffy's channel? Where the frick is Boffy's channel? Oh, won't let me. Okay. I have emails from the space. I have the dab one. The dab one? Where's the dab one? I don't know. They did a dab one. I think we have emote slots too. Maybe. I actually don't know. I like this one. I like this one. The flip off one is funny. I like that one a lot. Yeah, but a lot of these are like super cute. I like them a lot. This is what I got the popping cat one. This one's super cute too. Look, it's like a little blankie. That's cute. Oh, and this crying one. Oh my goodness. I really like this one too. Oh, where'd it go? Nope, I just lost it. Where'd it go? This one? I started trying to do this one like a few months ago. But I got lazy. There's a lot of them I like it here though. Lubot's really cool. Yeah, there's a popping cat one. Me and Boffy both have these ones. Yeah, I like them a lot. Make a little businessman one. Okay. What am I doing? Art tips? Oh, let me see this. Oh, yeah, okay, because I couldn't find the dabbing one. I like the applesauce. The applesauce is fun. I like it. It says Kirkland. Kirkwind applesauce. I didn't see the dabbing one. I'm just blind. There's just so many emotes in this that it's like hard to find them all. What am I doing? Oh, right. I need to clean this up. I was thinking more like when anime characters suddenly grow a pointy nose and look proud. That's valid. Like the Hime-sama laugh. Oh yeah, I feel like a crazy person when I bought that because I sent them the exact applesauce brand I eat at Costco. I mean, hey man, it's just, they were on point. Kind of like what I put in the fridge. Let me look at the fridge. They might have like a Hime-sama laugh. Look at this one. Wait, look at this little guy. Oh, look at him. They have a Hime-sama laugh one. Oh, look, I found the dabbing one. I like all these sleepy ones. Everybody wrestles with their demons. I like the credit card one. Light has a credit card email, but I don't think I'm allowed to have it on Twitch. This was cute. This one you could put that nose on it. You could put the nose on it, technically. Wait, I never noticed this one. Look at this one. It's a little guy being held. Okay. Alright. so this one, edit labels, render, I vibe with that grab. I vibe with the grab too. Okay, this guy goes there. The way it sounds. Okay, I should actually close this so that way the cache refreshes. Because I think I don't actually know if that's the cache, but it gets a little beefy if I try to edit multiple projects in one sitting. The closer when you open it. And then oh right, because I'm gonna. Okay, hold on, wait. BB no money TikTok. I'm sorry for the spoiled food in the fridge. Is that what you're calling that? Spoiled food? He looks like a pervert. The guy looks like a pervert. Pervert! The way it sounds. Alright, vibe and shine time. The future ain't got nothing to you. It's like the easiest one. I don't know if I have pictures for this or not. I don't think I do. Downloads. Oh, this is one of the one I wanted to put. Little nude branch. Little nude branch. Off left, there you go. Let's just move him over a little bit. Okay, and then can you guys send me more memes so I can put them in Vibe and Shine? I need more memes. You know what? I'm changing something. Where's the TT Mines? Vibe. The Vibe Zone. Share with Elaine memes that you find internet and they may show up in her TikTok series Vibe and Shine. Found the perfect graph. Yeah, send it, buddy. Okay. So if you guys have any memes, put it in the vibe zone. That way I can like what the fuck image would represent what the fuck emoji would represent vibes. No, I want Emojipedia. Give me Emojipedia. No, I want Emojipedia. Nobody gives a fuck. My sweet Lithonia, what have you done? Please all your children. Why have you son? I want to do a radio. I know it doesn't make sense, but we're doing a radio. Alright, I got it. I'll do that just for you, Kiwi. Just for you, I'll make it. Let me put that in this file, though. Alright, I gotta replace memes. Need more memes, bro. I don't actually have a lot. This is why I mail you plushies. Hell yeah. Equivalent exchange, in my opinion. I don't know where to go, so I feel like I've used this one before. Use a bear. I don't think we've used the bear one. I gotta replace this last one. Again and again. Beanie Babies are the best. I do like Beanie Babies. Beanie Babies are cool. I love. What the fuck? Did not like that. Which cat? You want this cat? This one? I got you. There you go. Let's see. I'll do this one. Go over me, why? Okay. Feel that emotional lot. That's understandable. Okay, cool. On my side. Timeline, create one. Subreddit meta memes are so weird. What does that mean? Give me an example. Throw one in the fridge. What, you put in the vibe zone? I love it though. It's so scary. I love it. This is going in Vibe and Shine next week, thank you. They're gonna go in order too. It's gonna be great. Again and again. I love her. I love her. I'm in one for a web novel website, and most of them are making fun of the low effort ad style. What does that mean? Oh, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I don't watch YouTube on my phone, but Pixels does, and he was telling me that, like, the ads on YouTube, like, when you can't block them, because he watches on his phone, have fucking been shitty AI, like, just disgustingly, like, malicious AI stuff, and it's like, ew. Dandelion. How you spell dandelion? I have it in here. I love her. I love her. That's actually pretty nice. So for my stream children, should I call them gremlins, hellions, hell takers like my picture? I've only called my people things once because I was a science mouse, so it was testes, like test subject testicles. But if you have a big brain, hit me. I like hellions. Hellions sound nice. Gremlins. If you had more to do with blood, it'd be fun to do chemo goblins. So I'm trying to like mix hell and gremlin together. I don't know. Kiwi can probably think of something. Kiwi's always smart with that kind of stuff. I love dandelions. And right there. Hemo blood. Yeah, hemo blood. Yeah, that's why I like hemo goblins. But you're not really blood based. You're not really blood based. You're fire, right? You're like fiery. Oh, let me look at it again. Gotta scroll. Hold on, let me look at it. I mean, there's no saying that you couldn't call them hemogoblins. Don't count if I haven't come up with anything better than kiwis for me. I mean, okay, I'll think. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We gotta write it down because I can't visualize words. Okay, so we got hell, and then we got gremlin. Think of like henchman, like henchman. I'm kind of like imp devils, so I think, but I do have a blood disorder, IRL. Yeah, that's why I was like, The flesh pile isn't bad. The flesh pile isn't bad because like hell is associated a lot with like that wouldn't be bad. Fleshies, there is a VTuber that I think calls. I don't know if you care about the crossover or not, but there is this VTuber that followed me back that has where are they? Yeah, they're fleshlings. It's just a cat made out of flesh. Yeah. Yeah, you can call me your flashlights if you want. That's not bad. Body horror warning for lurkers. I thought they're just naked little cats. It's okay. It's not scary. Look at him. He's cute. They're cute. Foreskin kitten. Yeah, exactly. But yours is more like impish. Because I kind of see them like BLT, and you guys are my milk buds. You guys are more my friends than anything. But I could see Gore. I could see for your chat them more like serving you. So I feel like it has to be something along the lines of like the flesh one. No, no, I was just talking about the cat fleshy. I'm thinking more like henchman, like a henchman kind of thing. Purgatory. So I kind of want my service. Yeah. So I'm like thinking like henchman, like kind of things. The Hellions were really good. The Hellions was really good. Hellions. Henchman. Hellman. Another word for servant. Minion. Minion is a good word to play off of. That's what Hellions comes from. They could be your Impians. Impians. Could be your Impians, because they're imps, but they're also your minions. I don't know, I feel like Hellions and Implins. Mystery meats. Mystery meat. I think we gotta go back from the meat a bit, because like I'm looking at the base for Gore's design, and we're not really in the fleshy territory. I think more like Hellion is the best so far. I think Hellion is the best because it just rolls off the tongue nicely. So we're thinking like just like devilish, like just like go with the devilish, maybe less hell. Yeah. Yeah. Why tell me why hangovers suck? Buddy, because they suck because we're poisoning our bodies. Gorlings is cute. Gorlings is cute. Gorlings is cute, actually. I kind of like that. They are your children. If you think about it, they're like your children. So picking names for ourselves. For Gore's chat. For me, you guys are my milk buds. My little milk babies. My milk dudes. Do you guys want a different name? You guys want a different name? Do we want to workshop a new name while we're workshopping Gore's children's new name? I just heard milk buds, Jesus. Hey man, I'm not against it. I'm not against if some of my viewers are MILFs, you know, I ain't mad. Welcome on in, you know. More the merrier. Get in the car and to kiss me. I just don't know what other, because we're the milk club, and I feel like the milk buds, you know, it just goes hand in hand. But I don't know if you guys wanted different names. I don't know how even people come up with their names. Like, Gouda, her chats were called, chum buds. Because milk and cookies, donkeys. Donkeys feels a little racy. I don't know why, but it feels a little racy. I like it, but would it feel a little racy? That's the point? What do you mean that's the point? We ain't racy here, only sometimes after 9. I picture any follows I have as a little brown kiwi fruit cosplaying and waiting for a little story time, like a bunch of yeah, that'd be so cute if they're like little like kiwis. They're like little kiwis with arms and legs. My last shit was testicle. You have to understand that. Fair point. Fair point. I didn't think about that. Oh, this needs to get cut. Hold on. Just look at this guy go. So far, I have Buffy and Elaine sitting patiently while doodling and cooking meth. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? Only kind of stuff I don't enjoy that people do with their vampires, a hot take, but I hate when people call them they're the blood bags. It's creepy and weird to me. No, that's valid. Where's my advanced sup? It says it's on its way. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. Did you use my code? Hello, Mario. God, that scared me for a second. I could check. Maybe I can check. Can I check? Maybe I can check. If you use my code and stuff, I can maybe check. Log in. That also scared me, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's spooky. It was spookers. God, I hate these fucking motherfucking... Ugh. Okay. Lord, I hate fucking this shit. More like you. I don't think I have the order in my thing, so I can't check it, unfortunately. No, I made up language to me if you understand it. I think I only get the information on it if you use my link. Oddly enough. Okay, so this is gotta go here. Sorry. That was a big yawn. It's in my soul. Shit. Link clips. I think it should end here. In place. Shimmies. Okay, cool. Guys, what would you do? What would you guys do if I rebranded and I became, instead of a milk club, it's the milk station? That, maybe not. Okay, so ever since I was a kid, I really liked, like, radio station shit. So I was like, what if the milk club became, like, welcome on in, like, thanks for tuning in to the Milk Club FM, you know, kind of shit like that. But then I realized I'd have to say, like, milk station, and milk station sounds like you're gonna milk me. High key, though. High key, I kind of wish I had, a mini grocery store. Like, I was a grocery store VTuber. Like, welcome to my grocery store. I think that'd be so cute. Like, welcome to my little shop. Welcome to my little store. I want more groceries for VTubers that live in a grocery store. There's one that lives in like a VHS store, like a Blockbuster, and I think it's cool. I call them graceless works of hell for hell vibes. Graceless works, or call them clumsy at the same time. Damn. Go for that degrading arc. I'm here for it. Bitch. Check. Can't write me ball dandelion. La 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 la. Just degrade them. Don't give them a name, just degrade them all the time. People are into that, so why not? Routine 78 1. God. Oh my god. Get off my lips. Money and my bitch. I want to zoom in on it. Check. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la. Fear I might because I can't help my old habits. I mean, that used to be my job, is doing degrade king stuff. It's really, I just really don't want to get into that again. That's valid. Hey man, if it makes the big bucks. Like, I fear someday maybe I'll be doing nice things for chat, and that day will be a hell of a day. Cantissimo, I love the song. Cantissimo. I didn't say this shit fast enough. Okay, hold on. We'll just slow the video a bit. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Cool. Like, sometimes it just comes out by accident, and I'm like, shit. Hey, man, I feel like your chat likes it, you know? Like, oh my god. Imagine one day, when I debut. I think this will happen when I debut. Oh! Kiwi! God damn. It would be funny. I like it. I like the connection. When I do my next subathon, which will be when I debut eventually, I think it would be really cool if we could, like, do what if we did like an ASMR stream? You know, Elaine does GF ASMR stream, you know, one of those things. Where I am very nice to chat and I say very nice things to chat. I've always wondered, cause like, my voice is a voice. My voice is a voice, and I don't know, if I slowed it down a bit, took a little deep breath. Lobotominions! I love it. If I could somehow call them a hysterectomy, that would be funny as hell. Or my menopals! You could call them your menopals! Your menopals. My god, what? I make them pills, but they fit. That fits my others. You could have multiple. Like, I have, like, you have, the thing is your imp could be your mascot, but then you could have, like, little pills as, like, your chat representation. Because all VTubers, I've noticed, have a mascot, and then they have a chat. Like, this is what chat looks like to me. Just little milk guys. Yeah, I'm a drug lord, exactly, yeah. You make the big bucks. Make the big bucks, boss. Oh. That could have been spicy. That's okay. Workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. It's me forgetting to put this in there. Text color, great. Chaz Lil Pharma. Lil Pharma. What's up, Lil Pharma? How are my babies doing streaming? Gordy's good. Pat's still streaming. Well, I did have a fire dog design a long time ago. I don't own it anymore. I could make my chat fire. You could. You could. You do have fire designs in you. You could make them like they're the fire below your ass. Annoying but motivational. In a different shape where I contact the owner of the fire and ask for it back. You could. I believe. You do fire. Fire would be cool. Timeline. Nope. Workspace. Scripts. Comps. Napkins. I want to do Wordle. Oh. Okay, we're good. Remember when I said I can't cache too much shit on this computer? Yeah. Dual PC streaming when? Never. But it's a dream. It's a pipe dream. I do want to play the New York Times games though. That was terrifying. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's fine. I'm just capping out my graphics card. It happens quite often here, more than one I would like to admit. It hasn't happened a little bit, but it happens at least once a week. Text-based generate. Now we'll be fine. Now it's time to play New York Times games because I want to. I haven't played them in a little bit. And I feel the dementia setting in. Wait, can BLT get a Chad face reaction like Cabal's? Yeah, maybe. I'd have to draw it, but yeah. Pony. What? What? What do you mean it's not Pony? What do you mean it's not Pony? What the fuck do you mean it's not Pony? Perfect? I don't know. Unlike houses, they have been professionally staged. I don't know. I don't. Dude, I don't know. What? What? What airballs failed to touch? The rim? Everest and Kilimanjaro. Oh, mountain? What? What the fuck? Little horse? What? 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 Is it cold like a sick kind of horse? I think so, maybe? Maybe? A little horse? Maybe. No. What the fuck? Unlike houses, they have been professionally staged. What? What the fuck is hero of Passover Sadir? Just give me the answer. I don't fucking know what this is. Show answer. Moses. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you're right. One down is Moses. How is it not Pony? Oh my god. Raspy. There we go. Got one of them. I guess that tapas. I guess that I don't actually know what a tapas is. Slyly. Okay. Oh, it's a foul. Oh! I eel. Perfect. Oh. Lesson over time. Fate. Lesson over time. Fail. Feck. Far. Fair. Fate isn't one. Fap. No. No. Fame. No. Feign. Guys, I'm guessing at this point. What the fuck? What is this word? Ideal? Fade? Ah! That's stupid. Alright, spelling bee time. Are you do spelling? Fade is stupid! That's stupid. Meow. That's all I had. Moo? The delay. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. I probably fucked up the delay because I broke my graphics card. Womaning? That's a word? Womaning? Did I spell it wrong? Womaning. Nope, not a word. Not a word that they want. Gong. Going. Mowing. Mewing. Oh wait, meowing. Hell yeah, I did it. Wordle time. Someone give me a 5-letter word. Oh, I could have done just woman. I didn't think about that. I guess I could have just done woman. Man, I suck. Give me a 5-letter word. Do you want woman to be the word? What word do you want? Close that tab. Nom 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 nom. That's 5-letter? Okay, I was gonna say, do you want woman? Okay, the E. Liars. Okay. No. Exits? That's crazy that you would think of that word. I could not think of. Okay, so it's S-E-I-T? No, I don't think so. It's something D-S-I-T-E. I think. Or is it spite? Please let it be spite. Damn it! What the fuck? Shite? Spite? Stite? Shite? I can only think of shite. Oh, no, we already used the M. M's not. Yep, nope, no M. No M. Squite, sight. Suite, sight. Fight, skite. Stite, skite. Skite. Sight. Is this a word? Is SEI? Is this a word? What's the meaning of sight? The German word for side. But that'd be German. I don't think it's that. Is skite a word? SKITE? Skite has a multiple meaning. It means to boast or brag. It could be skite. But I feel stupid. It could be skite. We're gonna do skite. Squite. I think it's skite. No! Sweet! Fuck! God damn it. I don't play tile and play strands. God damn it. I'm in lobe. Is it eardrop? Eardrop. What? Oh, fuck. Cartilage? I feel like I see cartilage. Scalpel. Fuck. Cuff. Oh. Pour? 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 Poot? Poot? So it's like parts of your ear. Earlobe? Ear canal? Is canal one of them? Parts of an ear. We have to look up parts of an ear. Let's go be doctors. Parts of an ear. Gotta look at that image. Okay, so helix, ear. Okay, this is what I was like. Eardrum. Okay. Cochlear. Where's cochlear? How do you the fuck do you spell? Okay, wait, hold on. COC. We have to look for COC. COC. I don't see cochlear. Is it different? Cock. I'm not seeing no cocks here. Is there like a scapula thing or something? Is there like a scap something? A concha? A concha? Bro, this is hard. The fuck? They expect me to be a doctor? Tragus? What about tragus? What about tragus? The fuck, bro? Wait, is it piercings? Ooh, it could. Do they have helix? Okay, wait. Types of earrings. Stud, cuff. Stud, huggy. I don't think they have cuff, but they have the word stud. Oh, is a hoop? Wait, so it would be ear. Can we find ear piercings? P-I. Because there's, types of ear piercings. Stud? Did you see stud? Oh, stud? There, I feel like there's one with try. Helix, industrial, conch. This is so close to conch. It just needs another C. Earring. Plug. Ah, so they are types. I think there are types that like these. Plug, spike, huggy, dangle, threader, drop, hoop, teardrop. So I think I saw the word teardrop. Teardrop? God, I don't know earring types. I wear mini hoops and that's it. Clusters, ear spike, dangle. Cluster, ear ring. Is it earrings? I can't spell. Clip. Oh, clip. Oh! Oh no, it'd be clip on, I think. I can't spell clip on. Here's what, chandelier? 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 Wait, no. The fucking earrings backwards. Yeah, earrings with a spanogram, but I did it backwards. That was great. That shows how much I know about earrings. I only know a couple things about earrings. Okay, time for the fun part. Hush Ribbon Baby Toy. Minute Mockingbird Game. Razzmatazz. What the fuck is a razzmatazz, bro? Still Set Compact. Peace Match Calm Kidney in Tournament. Match Set Game. I don't know what the other one is. It's like Match Set Game. Toy Minute. Razzmatazz. Oh my god! Arch, welcome on in! Oh my god, you were co-working too? Hello! How was your stream? Hello? Thanks for tuning. My thing worked, I think. Did it also do the... I don't think it did the exclamation point shout out, so let me get that for you. Welcome on in. From the fiery depths of hell, Ark, the devil of VTuber hordes descend upon your stream. Prepare for the raid of epic reporters, for Ark has arrived to set your chat up plates with mischief and mayhem. Let the infernal fun begin. Hell yeah. Did that not work? Did that not work? Shout out. Did that not... Okay, it said the thing, but I don't think it did the thing. Hold on. Hello, how is you? I'm good. We're playing some New York Times game, taking a break from shout out baby channel baby URL. It said this, right? It did the thanks for tuning into the... Oh, it didn't do full channel. Oh. For Rick. Unraid, Twitch raid. Should be like that. Minute compact baby toy, small. Oh, minute baby compact toy. Hi, Shivery. Welcome on in. We're playing the New York Times games. Welcome on in. What were you doing, Arch, by the way? About a raid alert. Gotta go make noms. No problem. Have great noms. Thank you so much for the raid. We'll keep your guys comfy cozy. I was playing Pillars of Eternity. Ooh, fancy. That's cool. As his D&D podcast. That's so cool. That's hella cool, actually. That's really cool. Hush, still, peace, calm. These ones. But yes, thank you so much for the raid. And those of you in here, hi. I'm Elaine and I'm a silly goober. I'm a silly goober and I have to fix the raid message. Shit. It's gonna be great. Yeah, Kiwi and I, same brain cell. Mockingbird. What the fuck is a razzmatazz? What is a razzmatazz? Razzmatazz? Oh, it's like cheering? Yeah, it's like cheering. Game, set, match. Razzmatazz. I don't know. Mockingbird. Mockingbird makes noise. Razzmatazz makes more. Tournaments makes noise. Tournament? Maybe. That makes the most sense in my brain. Tennis competition. I don't know what. I feel like there's another word they could have done instead of tournament. Kidney? What is... Starting for... Oh! Starting with synonyms for T's. That was bullshit. That was utter bullcrap. Okay, wait, so... This did it. Yeah, I don't know. 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 I gotta fix this. I have to fix this. Twitch, raid, shout out. Kid. Oh! Oh, that's stupid. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I don't like that. Alright. We do have to finish editing videos before I can do silly funny things. So let me fix this and then I'll fix this and then I'll fix... Okay, I'll finish this and then I'll fix the Sammy because Sammy is calling me out, which is incorrect. It needs to call out the raider. It's just stupid that it didn't. And then we'll do one more video. Gonna run this RBRB, no problem. And then we'll draw stuff. I think it's the plan. It's my plan of attack. Alright. Nature never ceases to amaze. TikTok user found this dandelion on the ground. Ain't it strange? Regardless, though, I love dandelions. I think they're cute. And you can make wishes with their babies. And I think that they get a bad rep because people call them weeds. Next up is the show, it's the word this. The show of pure skill. From this little orange cat who can tuck themselves into a wrecking ball. Look at that tuck. Look, tuck. And in case you haven't heard yet, it's now prescribed that you exercise your one shimmy a day to keep those sad thoughts at bay. I mean, just look at this guy go. Save. And then we take this position, apply, and then we move this guy up. Put it down. I put them on my forehead all the time. Which, I mean, I should just place it on my forehead every time. I just forget. Alright, so Vibe and Shine is now done. And I need to do this. Save. And then we'll do Gloomy Boo's thing after I fix this. Okay, so. Yeah, trigger pull data command to receive the provided information. So we need a trigger pull data. But if I, okay, wait, but like, hold on, I gotta have two things open. One is this one, how many should I add? Okay, so. Oh, I do, it doesn't actually matter. But can you not make it automatic? Can you not make it automatic though? Oh, Lorian board. Oh, this is Lorian board? Holy shit. I didn't know Sammy was Lorian board. Whoa, I didn't know that. Huh. I didn't know that. Okay, that makes sense, but I want it specifically for the raid. But I could have it be a button. I just kind of wanted it to be automatic. List badge, new follower, subscription, Skisha bits, raid, Raiders username. Yeah, so if I did Raiders or host display name, Raiders user ID. Yeah, so if I did Twitch, pull data Twitch raid channel, right? It should do. Okay, so if I test it, will it still say me? No, then why? Ooh, I'm confused. The raiders are the people that come into the stream, they're not, I'm the raidee, right? So, specific minimum amount of raiders to trigger, I don't care about that. How do I test it? How do they test this? How am I supposed to know if it's taken for the right thing? Fake raid test. Twitch. I don't be enough without you. So, trigger pull data, this is specifically Twitch moderation, Twitch raid, completed, raid created. It should be just Twitch raid, right? Twitch raid channel. And then hello, hi Boffy. Let's turn these off. How, cause it called me out. I'm turning into baby. Shout out baby. British woke up. Hi. How'd you sleep? Hope you slept good. It's hot in here. Where's this air going? Maybe I just need to turn it off. I felt it earlier. Now I don't feel it at all. Okay, let's look up Sammy Auto Raid shout out Twitch. Shout out after raid. Automatic raid message when raiding out. I slept good finally. I'm glad. How to make automatic wall-busted Lorian board. How to make a death counter command. How to automatically post like on live message to Discord. How to make an opt-in clip. Shout out. Purple command sandwich. How's Elaine doing? Elaine's doing confused. Because I'm trying to fix, because the shout out did it wrong. Alright, this was raiding. Auto raid shout out. How? Okay, wait. Okay, wait, we can do it this way. Edit triggers. Delete. Let's just do a command. It would be a Twitch chat message. Message test raid. Allow only broadcaster. Save. And then it would be like to shout out baby. Test. Is that not edit triggers? Oh. Or the broadcaster may not give themselves a shout out. Oh. Right. Let's just duplicate this and then go. It'll type the name. On save. And then test raid. Okay, and now it says the name. But it's saying my name. I think I have to make an alt Twitch account. I think I need to make an alt Twitch account to test something. Hi Pixels. Pixels, can you type test can you put this in chat? I need to test something. Cause a shout out didn't work. I got raided earlier from Arch and it didn't work. I need you to test it. Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Okay. Alright. You know what? We're restarting. Go away. Wait, no, wait. Oh. That's fine. I can go grab it earlier. Okay. We're gonna restart this bitch. Okay. Okay. So triggers. Pull. Okay. Okay, so alright, we're just gonna make it exactly the way that they have it, and then we'll go from there. Playback speed. Okay. Okay, and then it'll be shout out and then star. Right. Trigger, no, and then you'd go in, and then you'd pull the wild card, and then you'd save the variable as Raider.
Mother, what do you want for Mother's Day?
Your happiness, probably. And for Sammy to work, but that's my fault, so. Oh, this is taking a bit. Okay, so. Send. Chat. Okay, so thanks for tuning into the Milk Club. And then instead of this, it would be Raider. They were just and then it would be so then twitch.tv. Today is like eat a single adult living on their own kind of day. Oh, why? Why you say this? That makes me think of the sad rat that eats by himself. The dollar sign. Later. Okay. Oh. So we want to get user info. And then it would be Raider, and then this would be category or info. I'm just calling it info. I bought microwave mac and cheese and a 2-liter tea. Oh baby, I'd eat with you. Wait, what are we? So we're doing a wait until variable exists. Info, and we'll do 1000. Audible gas. Oh, he's like. Oh. Interesting. How do they see that? How do you see this information? Oh. Feed me Chef Boy is crazy. Okay. So if I did... That didn't work? What do you mean it didn't work? Oh, it's... I don't like that it didn't work the way I wanted it to. Rich author, hell yeah. Yeah, Soup Kitchen featuring Pixels providing for the weary and EP, hell yeah. Hey little bumblebee, I know what you want from me. I'm confused. What are they trying to get? Info ID, broadcaster, game ID, current ID being played on the channel, game name. Name of the game being played on their channel, broadcast name, Twitch user, display name for the channel over. They do have it. Give me this. Bumblebee, I know what you want from me. Hold on, let me test theirs. Okay, hold on. Delete button. Let's do this. Edit triggers. Okay, so if I do like gore, for example. Why didn't that work? It's because outdated! Son of a bitch! Ow. Yeah, why isn't it doing the right one? Save, okay, save, hold on. Give the boot. Okay, so that worked. Okay, it's because I didn't, okay, maybe it's because I didn't save? So that works. Okay. So if I did Club, they were just streaming. This is me. Channels, game. Older Gen C yells at technology, yep. Space, over at twitch.tv. So, send them lovin'. So, be sure to give them lovin' at. Save. Okay. So now, if I do it again, thanks for tuning in to the Milk Club. Okay, then it's just space. Twitch raid, and then okay, now I gotta go back and look at the Sammy Twitch raid. Sammy can listen to events and automatically execute your buttons. For example, it can automatically trigger a button every time you get a new subscriber. Right click on the Sammy to edit triggers, click on the plus button. Okay, and then the trigger type is the raid. So we got that. So if get raid maximum. Save. Okay, so now I want this to be shout out. But now if I do this, it won't run the same because it doesn't have the wildcard information, I think. So I think I have to look into commands and Twitch and then information for the selected. So get retrieves information about a Twitch user, provide either the username or user ID, leave the other one empty. If your Sammy crashes with an error, log to this command. Scope Twitch, username, user string, broadcaster type. So can I do like a raid? Get stream info, get shared chat session, get channel info, game name and game ID. So channel game name. Why did they say variable as channel? Channel info ID. User ID channel. Say variable as channel. So so they grabbed the user, which I think we could do by raid. Could we not Twitch commands? Start raid, born chat user, set, cancel raid. What? Raid. Get team information. Moderation. Add a moderator mode. Add VIP. Start raid. Cancel raid. Ban user. Unban user. Timeout. Set slow follower mode. Set subscriber. Set shield. Run ad. Modify channel. Set unique chat. Get auto mod settings. Set block term. Miscellaneous. API call. API header. Create clip. Get video. Get user status. So what if I get a raid? Raid target. Channel raid 2. Channel 2 start raid in. Cancel raid, start raid. So is that not a thing then? How come Frosty Tools was able to grab the person that raided you's username, and I don't understand why this one can't? Scenes, Twitch information. Get user info. Retrieves information about a Twitch user, provide either your username or user ID. Yeah, so when we get raided, it lets us know, like, Twitch is like, hey, you just got raided by this person. So maybe we need to pull something. Pull trigger pull data. Pull Twitch ad break. Twitch. Okay, so we need to look at trigger pulls. Trigger methods. Trigger pull data. Twitch host. Twitch moderation. Pull wire trigger extensions. This is a trigger Twitch raid. Trigger pull data Twitch raid. And you need to look at tool like these tools allow you to listen choose your tool. Stream with Sammy, trigger pull data info. So would this not work the same then? Twitch raid. Channel from channel ID. Channel? And if we made this user and we turned this off. And then we break this here. Out of my rage, I'm still just a full channel. Say variable as user. Now user string user, and then okay, and then edit triggers. Let's delete. Let's do chat message. So if I did so if I try to do it for Arch, nothing happens. Hi V, how are you? Thank you for the check-in. Okay, so it's pulling the data again from... That's so weird. Twitch guest star, Twitch moderation, Twitch raid, mount channel display name, shout out created. But what if we did that? Would that work? No, it's still calling me. Twitch raid. Username. I'm just confused because it's saying 4 is a Twitch raid. Pull wildcard, trigger extension, the same. Not that I'm using you as a guinea pig. I apologize. I should have asked first, but I'm using you as a guinea pig. This is the same command bridge used to send extension triggers to Sammy. Extremely useful as you can pass parameters from one button to another button. Okay, so maybe we can't do it this way and it has to be this one. So if I did that, could I make a button that does the thing? It is big. Oh, that's fine. That just means chat is obligated to follow. Obviously, chat's obligated to follow. So I would have to type it in every time. To be here, and then we would do... Actually, we would do it... No, yeah, it could be at the beginning. It would be... user. I'd have to be below this, actually. So... stream place user, and then we shout out the user. Actually, no, yeah, let's put it down here. Yeah, save. So that way, if I did... Let's pick someone else. Let's pick Oncabo. What? What did I do? I can't read that. Shout out users. Save. Do it now. Ah, fuck. Okay, I fucked it up. Place add. A wildcard users on user string replace users to this. Info ID channel users shout out users. For tuning into Milk Club. I don't understand why it's not working now. Shout out case sensitive. User 0 user. Why is it not working? An AP test tomorrow? I'm so nervous. You got this. Got this. You're super smart. I believe in you. Okay, how did I fuck this up? Sammy Twitch. But I mean, if I fail. So I mean, that's a good mentality to have about it. All right, you gotta give me this again. Fuck. Right. Copy raw file. Oh, interesting. Oh, it do be how it do be. Yep. Import from JSON. Okay. Please come on over and ruin my life. Let me out, you can tell me out. I think it's because this has to go above here, I think. So let's try this again. Why did it do it twice? Oh, it's because this guy's still here. So if I did, let's do Boffy. It did it twice still. It's because I didn't save. I bet it's because I didn't save, huh? Yeah, it's because I didn't save. Okay, so I'm still gonna have to type it out, but it's not... It could be worse. Please come on over and ruin my life. It's on the edge of life. Shorten it to SO, so it's easier. Not a bad idea. Can I have a shout out? Of course you can. Of course you can, V. Let me just... There you go. It didn't work. I have to save it. It didn't want to work. There you go. Yeah, I think that'll work fine. I don't like that it's not automatic, though. It's hard to test. It's hard to test because, like, you have to have a raid happen in order to test it out, and it's hard because that's not something you can just fake. Cast with Shadow, better go follow. Yippee. It's fine. It's fine. I'll I feel like I should be... I just woke up from a dream. What's this? So, what? It has a thing. If I not have it installed, I might not have it installed. Wait, I might have it hidden. Do I have this one? does have a shout out thing. Where'd it go? Where did it go? What? Bro, this shit's gonna make me mad. This shit's gonna make me mad. Where is it? Where'd it go? The banana. I haven't yet. Okay, done. Close anymore. Okay, so how does this work? How does this work? You go, that's where I follow. So how does this work? It doesn't. It doesn't. Okay, hold on. I guess we'll watch the video. What do you mean? I click it and it doesn't do anything, you bitch. One of these videos from my playlist. What? The best shadow widget in stream elements. Easy. What? And then I log in with Twitch. What do you mean, you son of a bitch? So it's not, what do you mean? So if I click this, it doesn't do anything, man. Why? Why is it like this? Chat, why is it like this? Ugh. Okay, hold on. Let me look at it. Project page. Documents, because documents have to have it. Hi, Fruitbat. Hi. How is stream? Stream is good. I'm trying to figure out something. And it's being a bitch. I might have to ask my mod to help me because I don't know how to do this. Like my brain's trying to activate. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make a pass at it. Okay, for now, even though I've lived in luxury, I'm gonna have to see if I can just make it through Sammy. So I gotta write a message to my mod. New question. I have a want to make an auto shout out, but it won't Auto activate and get these streamers and have a base. We have to get it to auto shout out and shout out and grab the info. Other tools do it, but okay, want to do it with Sammy. Okay, I found an interesting video today. What'd you find? What did you find? It's all the epic songs in order, but that's funny. That's funny. I bet that makes the pacing funny. It's business, it's crazy, yeah. Hold on. Sammy, shout out latest reader. No, it's some songs play all the way, some songs get 2 seconds. That's valid. Stuck in the back of my mom's way. I know I'll be in my mind. Makes me then Sammy should outside. Could you not imagine streaming like that? What are some tools? 2 things, Sammy and Stream Deck. Sammy is a customized input. For instance, I have a button that is triggered by someone raiding me. If someone raids me, then Sammy will check for the raiders usually and then give a shout out. I also have, how did you do that? Have live mood jelly cam on YouTube? Hell yeah, that's cool. I've been getting those like live cams recommended on my YouTube. I have someone trigger the clip plays a shot at a crystal ball distorted to fit. I also have one that automatically sends a shout out for my friends if they stream on their 3rd message in chat, changes each stream. However, it can be very complex. I have the get ready button that opens up all my software and sets OBS to select the game screen so I can load up before I start. How did you do this? How did you do that? How did you do that? How did you do this? How did you do this? How did you do the Sammy thing? How'd you do the Sammy thing, dude? How'd you do the Sammy thing? Oh, son of a bitch, I'm not gonna be able to find it, am I? Fuck. Son of a bitch! Okay, well, at least I know it can be done. I just don't have the big enough brain to figure it out. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, let's do V highlight and then we'll draw the slaughterhouse and then other stuff. Because the chasing me down. Run it away. Ooh, Slaughterhouse, baby, love those guys. I'm glad that you love yourself. Like a drag. Okay. Boo. Yeah, okay. Sorry, British. Hey man, if you're allowed to throw that kind of hate out, I'm allowed to hate myself. Think about it. Think about it. Don't be a hypocrite. Oops. There, line art. No, don't be a hypocrite. Cam. Streams. I'm gonna scoop this guy. Except for this guy. One of these. With these. Oh man. There we go. Wait, what? So... Wait. Okay, wait, that was right. So why is this wrong? What? Let's tape. Weird. What the heck? Fun. Be there for you. That. That they stayed. Child, the times are hard. Boop, 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 boop. Prefer proxies. Say, that's not crazy, that's not that bad. It's other than all we have. 9:15. Okay, it's fine. Okay, I gotta grab the clips. I'll be there for you. 70, 80, 924. Um, 78, 924. Why is that weird now? Let's see. V stars 924 position. As if the never end. Sun is here to talk to you. Okay, so let's move this up. Zoom it out to where my ears are. 402. It says change to 402. The moon like smoke, voices the moon. Oh, every eyes. Maybe not that one. Actually, keep it. Scoot it over. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Boop. Floating time. Let's change speed 150. And then we'll cut it like here. And then we'll do one of them drawing. I say to zero, and take position, zoom, apply, boop. Change speed to 150. Actually, I might just insert their art here and then. Okay, let's do like this one. And then fun loving. And then so we'll do these two clips. And then take this. Copy these. Retime process apply. It's not the retime process. It's the retime effects. There we go. In my head. Copy button. Ooh. I tried it, but I think I had to call the username the raider. I tried it earlier and it just shouted me out. Find an old picture of us. Doesn't you guess me? And so I get it like this. And then like here. Retain. And then like that. Let's do. And then this digital artist is where we can bring back in like this. See, Alt V, apply, retain. And then let's just zoom it out a bit. So that way we can see what they're doing. we'll bring in this one. Oh, do you specifically not want it? For the Raiders username. Gotta go to that Reddit page. Oops. History. Where is it? Yeah. I want to make sure it's this one. Switch them. Okay, so the next one I would do. This one would go at the end, I think. Oh, okay, so this one goes here. Apply. And then okay, so we can trim this here. Oh, this is where I can set the auto caption thing. Hold on. $3.98. $3.98. And then I just want them like just doing something. And then leave me into your home. Do like that, so that way when I say illustrations is when we pop up, like this one. And like rotate it and bring it up. And VTuber. Track. Actually, let's have this. Just fun. And then I can have this scroll, but I wanted to give it the same cropping. Apply, and then... Oh, okay, so... Just do the crop. Retain. Oops. And then go down, and then up. And then zoom it out more so we can see all of them. And go from here. And then to like here maybe? Oops. That's a pretty wide image, so I think that would move okay. And then, do I have any more gameplay stuff? Let me go to their Twitch. Gloomy Boo. Do it. Clips. Top 30 days. Top all. Okay. What was... Okay, so that was the last model that they used. Okay. So I kind of want to try to keep using the same look. If I can help it. What is this one? Honestly, this one would be good just in general for the beginning, because I think I like this one more for the beginning. So let's take this guy, save, and then do they have any others where they're doing something fun and silly, maybe? I have to go pee. It sends, Sammy sends shout out user and says, yes. Okay, I gotta go pee while I think about video editing. I'll be right back. Go pee yourself if you haven't. Better. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so I can either feel like I should just take from their stream. But at the same time, I don't really know. But I'll break calm off. Take, do we have that one? I don't think we have this one. Save. If you get heads or tails. Okay, so we're replacing place selected clip with the other one that has more of her in it. So it's not that one, it's this one. So I have to just adjust where they're sitting a bit. I would put this one by there. Darling, or a little bit more. And then let's bring in the other art piece that they have. Because you spent all your time. Will you be tonight? Move track down. Delete track. And then we'll have this one just go at the end, I think. I kind of want it to be like this one. And then let's put this one over here. Oh, girl, call me hot, not pretty. Baby, don't you? Maybe do like this portion. And like a little bit more. I want to zoom in on this just a bit more to see more of the model. And then this one, I kind of want to zoom into them just a bit more. And at my ceiling. You take this with me. Okay. Doing it with me. HOTTOGO. Stop and punch toes. On the road. Is that how you feel? Now I gotta get music, which I didn't mean to close that. It's fine. Oh, you know what I want to listen to? This. Actually, I don't like this. Maybe I lied. But I want this to go in V stars for Rin. Save. I like this one. Ooh. Hold on, I really want to listen to the song, but I have to. Okay, cool. Just gotta modify this just a bit so there's not that silence in the beginning. Because I really want to listen to the song. Because I heard it on TikTok the other day, and I was like, ooh. Workspace. Cool. Labels. Probably have to restart this guy once he's done. Save. Ooh, this is in the wrong spot. Goes on. Oh, yep, okay. And we're gonna save, close, and then reopen this bad boy. Reopen this bad boy. So this guy, this one. Save. I have to redo this guy because I don't like how I did that guy. Where is... Okay, cool. Early, workspace, scripts, comp, and then base. And then gotta grab -19, cool. Settings, -19. Oh, but it looks good there. What? -52? Right, I can't hear. Okay. So this self-proclaimed cult leader. Cult leader will leave you cackling, as well as inspired by their darling art style, which will be green. Inspired. Blue, who is also known as Moxie, is a fun and horror-loving VTuber. This digital artist will likely lick everything you own. This digital artist will likely lick everything you own, whether it's them working on art commissions or just yapping between line each. Between their line art. You can always expect gremlin vibes when watching their streams. They're active on Twitter. And take commissions here and there. for illustrations, and have even created some fun VTuber inspired mixtapes, which is an asset I'm sure you love too. So be sure not to miss out on any of their content, and go follow them on Twitter and Twitch today. Okay, cool. And then we add frac, so I can do Twitter and Twitch. So symbols. Okay, don't know what that is. Nope, it's socials. Okay. So this guy's Twitter and nope, that's not Twitter. Twitter and Twitch today. And follow. Do that follow. I like that more. Put those on the other side. Guess the color of my underwear. On there. And pink. You'll see through. Act to delete button. Trade. Save. If you switch the chat message trigger, it'll do the same for whoever sent the message. And the ray trigger username. Wait, is this the one? This is different. Damn it. User info. If you switch it to chat trigger, it'll do the same for whoever sent the message and the ray trigger username. So it should work now. Save, okay, save. Okay. And then let's do a camera shake. Wrong one. Let's do this and this. Fusion effects. Plugins. There you go. I should do like a little noise. Sound effect. Cool. Save, cool. Should be all good. And then, so we gotta render those guys. I think we're good. I think we're good, chat. I think we're fucking pogging. Also, I never put the thumbnail. Oh, you need to figure this out on your own. On your own. On my own. Don't know if I'm doing this right. Let me check my region really quick. What's going on? Blank space will do make difference. Details. I want to do a list that details all. If I'm doing this for you, and I want you to find it in real life. Real life, in real life. Okay, doop. I think I got everything done that needs to be done today. You just triple check that everything got posted. That got posted, so that's good. This got posted, so I'm happy about that. And the Tifa and the missile one went out. We could upload the beef and boof thing though. So I'm behind on uploading those. Just dance. I'll just dance. You do that. I get up to the fire. Back. Space. Even listening. Fun, cat, cow, cozy, chill, comfort. Check repo. Thumbnails, beef and boof, episode 10. Beef and boof. Responsible. Medic. So this will be episode 10. And then new mods, new violence goes here. And then grab this guy. Put me on the wrist, tisk, I'm crying. Next. Public. Publish. Cool. Alright, that's done. I think we're pogging. I think it's time we get to reward ourselves with a bit of drawing. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Boop. Okay. Alright. Alright. Warm up, we're gonna do the thing for Kiwi first. Okay. I gotta go get Kiwi's riff. December. Kiwi. It was for Kiwi. Alright. Rotate it because I draw crooked. Alright. Basic. This. Yeah, this guy. Turn this off. Oh, a Kiwi can have the changes. Go back to this layer. Honestly, you probably wouldn't have this. You'd probably just simplify it. And you probably have it like this. And like that. Yeah, that's making sense. Take me to the moon. That's the wrong one. This guy. I don't know how the fuck to do this. Hold on, I want to do it differently. Let's bring you back. Let's watch the rain as it's falling down. Okay. Let's use this guy because I want to. Let's do this. And do the face first. It's the rain as it's falling. Falling. Again. Let's see, it would be more like evil, so it would be like this. I feel like I've been drawn in forever. The way we should. Always on your mind. Do I have to prove to you? Be a one and only guy. You don't think about it too hard. It's me, it is you. Just don't like how long the face is, honestly. Repeat again and again. How long you with me, skin to skin. Really want me, and you know I feel the same way. If you want to stay, whether you and I don't even have to die. Never, babe. Your love is a whole thing. Like bigger. I think it's harder because I think Kiwi's hair just makes me think it's the opposite way than it is. If you look at it, you know, like if my thing wants to work. Yeah. See? Alright. I'm just gonna fuck around. Yeah, let's just fuck around. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so... round face. Okay, now I can turn telemetry off. If I'm honest, I want this. Serious resolution and notice. Make me cautious. Okay, and then we do like this. You'd have your braid. No. And then just do like a cut the body off. And then let's get a different color. It really makes you look like you have 3 fingers. Big girl, I know. We're going. I might tilt your head up a bit more. Like that. And do like a little star. We scooted this. And then we do oh mama love, take a look at you like me. We do a new layer for your ears. We're jealous that we found something so out the ordinary. I think that gets the point across, and now I can like do the actual version of this. The background being white is killing my eyeballs though. On my mind, Oop. Back enter. Oops. Yeah. Just open the clouds. Smoothness. Ooh. There we go. Something so heavenly next to see, next to me. Let's see. This one, match up with this. So we found something so wow. So this is here. And then we'll take the color from the sky. No, wanted me to stay. Ooh. Wicked dreams, leaving Tennessee. In Santa Monica, your parents calling me. My primal pride is gonna come to see. It's her baby girl, she's gonna scream, pony girl. Mama, just having fun. I belong there. Pony club, I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna join these curves. Close curve. And now they're on the floor. Who's in the bathroom? Outside the door. In a mirror, just go go. And that's another reason why I left it all. My wicked dreams. I think this could. Close curve. This will be in the back, and we can turn it off. Yeah. Now we can do your ears. You go and you dance at the club, oh mama. Just having fun. Yes, swabbling down at the. But I'm gonna keep on dancing at only one. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the pink. Hey. Hey. And then this one I want it to come down more. See how floppy it goes. Joe, I still love you in Tennessee. Mama, every Saturday I can hear your southern drawl down. I'm stealing from myself. I'm gonna steal the flower. Not the flower, the feather. Gib. Is that feather? Did I draw that feather? I think it's a line art. I think I did draw it. Okay. Never mind. I'm not stealing from myself. Big pony club. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Oh shit. Bloop. Bloop. That's not what I wanted. Where'd the feather go? And I go all the way down here. Somewhere in the rightest way, who can like you now? Kiwi, this might not be super detailed, but I'll do my best. I didn't even do the head. What the fuck? And she came up to me. She said to me, kiss me on the mouth and let. Oops. I'm lazy. Bonk. Oh shit. There you go. Now you can't even tell. I trust the top milk. Hell yeah. I need to do this. Took my fingers to her mouth, find the makes you proud. Nothing's else ever worked out. Here. Head. This goes in front of this. Just be on the mountain. Okay. And then now we do your body. I hate to wait so long. So I can see you, 'cause I hate to wait so long. Let's go on top. Okay, I think I need to draw the hand next. Black one. Oops. Wop. Since you tired. It's really minor. Ooh. Go in. I can do this. It's nice to check in every now and then while riding and chasing down Buffy. What? Why are you chasing Buffy? Also, is it that hard to chase down Buffy? Look in the lounge for the lore. Oh boy. What's happening in here? I like your face, guy. You got a cute, funny face. You want a cookie? Can someone please get this guy a cookie? I love you. I didn't actually have a choice, did I? He was goofy. He was a goofy. Like us. They not like us. They not like us. I think I might actually have to give the arm. This is the arm. Just wait for the stop crying. Don't tell mom. I'll be excited for when you guys get that point. Oops. I think it doesn't look too bad. Okay, and then ooh, I found another way to do this. Convert to curves. And I just take this shirt color. Boop, boop. I'm not surprised. I listen to him a lot. Boop. Like this guy. If it was ever hard to move, she's so perfect. I made this whole thing like one. What would it look like? I do. New round of tonight. I do like this. Can I match these and then add them together? What about these guys? Can I add them together first? Wait, no. Okay, there we go. And then add these guys together. Hee! There you go. I like that much more. The way I did. Is this about every story? We can never live. Let me again. That's a little too light, isn't it? There you go. If I erased it. Might make the circle bigger though. We're here passing time. I wanted to go this way. Okay, arm here. Times I fucking hurt. And then we take the nose. Try to I'm gonna be honest, Kiwi, this just kind of looks like you would have a nose. I'm gonna be real with you. This just kind of looks like a nose a goblin would have. You know? I hope it still comes across. Okay, I might need to draw cuter eyes. Okay, let me sketch. Let me sketch some eyes. Because I want to make the eyes cuter. I feel like the eyes could be so much cuter. Like. We have one more here. The eyes are so high up, though. Oh wait, it's gotta be like this. I made your ears too tall. I think it's fitting since I don't have a nose by default. That's valid. I mean, you don't have a nose only because I don't know how to draw noses. To be fair. Unless I guess that's fine by you, but like, you know. If you're going by the PNG I drew you, you only don't have a nose because I don't know how to draw noses. Yeah, you'd have like these like eyebrows. Yeah. The eyebrows help sell. Alright. Like green Krillin with bitchin' hair? Hell yeah, dude. Let's go home. Oh, don't worry. It's already been written into the lore and you'll be able to read it soon. Yippee! I'm excited. I have to draw one eye. Except I can't. It's bad. My hand's bad. My hand don't want do what I want do. Okay. And this way. And this way. And I'm gonna make this one smaller. We can have these guys, and then this one, like that. Oh, your hair is brown. I forgot. Does that look okay? Oh, you should be bigger. I think I might not have this one in delete mode. As much as my brain wants it, I don't get it, so. I'm just gonna flip it for now. And then do the eyebrows. Which I really liked how I did this one. Let's angle it a bit more. And then turn this off. And we just rotate the face a bit. That way it goes with the whole. And then your nose goes on top. I might do FX, like a bit of an outline. Close the arm. And then this is like the body. It's like the rest of you. I could do it like that. And then oh, I forgot your little let's do it this way. Is the sun? Has begun. And then maybe I make this bigger. And then I do a little star. Which can go in here. You'll have my colors because I say so. Minus. Boop. There. Convert to curves. And rotate it this way. Might make these black so you can see them better. And then I got to do the gold pieces. So that would be. I'm gonna do little doodles of them because it's an emote. It's tiny. I'm gonna go on top though. Okay, there you go. Close curve. Well, then I'm just gonna take the color of your gold. And we'll make this swing this way. And then the other one over here. Boop. Boop. And then a little ball. And then the necklace. I look at this design sometimes, and it's weird to me that I created it. Like, it came out of my noggin. So it doesn't make sense to me a lot of the times. Convert to curves. My brain goes, how the fuck and why the fuck did you let me do that kind of situation. Oh, this is a lot higher up than I think it is. It's up here. This goes out further than I think. This is your shirt. Except that you are an art mama. Yeah. You're my one and only art baby. You're my one and only art baby. That's all. It's a lot of pressure. Not really, but kind of. I need to make more kids. The only, like, kids that I have are my stuff, like, my TTS mascots. Oh, it is like that. This goes up. You birthed Kiwi. I did birth Kiwi. Kiwi is my baby. My little baby. Stay away. No. Why? Why is it like this? Pick up a copy for your head. Don't want that outfit. Go. And then. There we go. And then your little gold. I want to add on the arm. Goes in the arm. I think it's more like down here. Boop. How's it feel to be birthed? Goodness. I would probably make these a bit thicker. They're like gold. They're like your little gold chain things that I gave you that I totally know what they are. I made them. Yep. I think that looks pretty good. And then now I want to do like highlights and stuff, which I will do on top. I'll do it with a pencil tool though. So I wanna do it like this. I don't like that you asked it specifically in the being birthed live. Okay, so I do this. And then do that. The what? Oh, I'm drawing an emote for, you'll see them in chat, Kiwi Goblin. I created their character design, and so they're technically my child. And Pixels asked them how that felt, if they like being birthed live. Because I drew their design live on stream. Don't them live if you don't want. Wait, the fuck? Oh, don't borth them live if you don't want to think about them being borthed live. I didn't think we'd ever talk about the fact that they were borthed live, okay? I don't like this. I don't like that at all. It's bad. I did not like that. It's kind of sticky, but I'm happy to be here, oh guys. I'm gonna make this bigger. I do like the faux shiny shit. Make this screen. Not gonna lie, I thought it would be the opposite. What do you mean you thought it would be the opposite? Anybody with you? The logic of how this works just set into my brain. So this one gets erased. This gets erased. And how my brain logics this, at least. I don't think I'll do the little dippies, but we'll see. Wait, I think I have to do it like this, don't I? No, that's the same shit. What? Hi, Zoe! Welcome on in. Oh shit, the shout out word. Fuck yeah. How was the aisle? Thanks for tuning in. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. We're just making a silly little guy for Kiwi. Also love the goblin character. Let's go. I know. Goblin characters are just so great. We love goblin characters. Fox Coven Raid, welcome on in. How was the aisle? If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Like I said, your health is most important to us here at the Milk Club. Otherwise, feel free to just hang and vibe while I somewhat torture, but also reward myself with some drawing. I think I liked it as it was. I think I liked this, but then, like, I just want to cut this here. I'll link the lore short story in the Discord when I get it done, hopefully before Thursday. Hell yeah. Alright, now time to add some blush. I want to add some blush. Ooh. What's the song name? This is it's C'est La Vie. It's C'est La Vie by BB No Money and Rich Brian. Yeah. If you like bouncy music, you'll love Baby No Money. Just saying. Did that not work? Oh, Songify. It might be because Songify updated. Songify is like different now. It was a thing. Song commands. Song. Oh, it turned off. This time was fun. I taught Kazuya the ropes for the first time playing the aisle, and we experienced the highs and lows of being both a herbivore and a carnivore. Cool. There's a reason I got my antidepressants. There you go. It just got turned off. Probably because they had like a whole UI overhaul for Songify. C'est la vie. C'est FC. ABCs. VOD. AGDs. Yeah, I agree. That's why I kind of hopped on the trend of his latest song, Boom. Because I like it. I like the sound of it. And also, hopping on Baby No Money trends is a good idea. Oh, God, so... Alright, and then we do it on the arm. Make it a lot smaller though. Did I give you cheek blush? I did. Which means you need cheek blush in here. I think this was also like one of my first. Kiwi taking a lot of my first, bro. What program are you using for this image? I'm using Affinity Designer. I'm gonna type it though, because my pronunciation is bad. That's what I use to draw. Because I like vector art. It Boy and 2 have similar catchinesses. It does. That's why I think I really like the new song that he created, Boom, because it's just different. Maybe no money, he's always up to something. Alright, Kiwi. Here is your emote. Let me put it in a square, though, because if you ever put it on Twitch, it won't like that it's not a square. Don't bands. Okay, and then this. Oh, let me put my... I hope you don't mind. You better not mind. I'm putting my logo on it. Where is it? 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Baby, no money. It's always easy hungry. PNG. You be setting in, but I will lurk and I have to step away. No problem. Thank you again for the raid, Zoe. Because we don't F with the big adobo if we can help it. Yeah, if we can help it. I've been branded by cattle. This is the second time you've been branded. Then, because I made you a sit, didn't I? I could have stole from the sit. Where's my people sits? People sits. I made you as a people sit. And you got branded as a people sit as well. Yeah, see? It's right there. I seem to always brand your fur lining though. I'm gonna put it in the fridge. I'm putting it in the fridge because I'm lazy. The lapel. Oh, fancy words. Cute. There you go. That was fun. I actually quite liked how that turned out. It wasn't too bad. I thought it would be worse. I thought I'd have a harder time with it, to be honest. The fur is designer, so I'll proudly show off the logo. Fuck yeah, brother. Fuck yeah. Okay, I'll put that in there. We'll remove these guys. I will save this as doodles _ okay, it's just doodles. Should I make a ham sandwich for Kazuya or cannibalize Kazuya? Cannibalize Kazuya. I don't know why that's a question. Always cannibal. Since I got the choice, I choose cannibalize. Obviously. Eat Kazuya. Yep. See? Chat gets it. Buff gets it. I like your name, by the way. Buff the Gruff. Sounds nice. Okay, now this is what we're doing now. And I don't know if I'm actually gonna finish this, because I don't know. My confidence levels are wonky. Thanks, of course. Alright. I feel so bad! Okay, no. Don't feel bad, Elaine. I gotta get Boffy's PNG. Hello, Kazuya! I'm so happy that the raid message works. Oh my fucking god. You got this, you're a bad bitch, thank you. Hi, how was the aisle? You're totally not gonna get cannibalized here in a minute. Wink. How's it going? I hope you had a great stream. I have to go into Twitch promos. I have to go into this one. I see the chat. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, bud. Okay, I need Boffy's image. I'm watching my back as we speak. Good. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Still 80 fucking 2 in here. No, Kazuya's dead. No. All right, who gets real estate over the forest though? Could I get like a sector of it? Does he have a will? Did we have him write a will before he died? Guys, wait, Zoe. Did we ever get a will? No will. Keep what you kill. All right. All right. I'm down for this. All right. I have to draw Buffy as a big boy, and I'm gonna be honest, I feel bad because while I understand that Buffy is a big boy, I feel bad drawing him as a big boy. I'm gonna get a different brush. Just do pen-like. Okay, I've been spared. God damn it! Delete the VOD. We weren't talking about stealing your forest. But yeah, the Isle was great. Was very fun. I'm glad. I don't know much about that game, but I'm glad it was fun. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. His legs are gonna have to be. Gotta save for a little later. Understandable. Understand. Like Kazuya's probably like a decadent meal to you, so you know you gotta you just gotta eat them later. Buddy, what? I don't want to listen to the angsty music right now. I'll listen to this though. How do I draw a big person? This feels really bad also because I am fat myself. I'm a chubby chat. I'm a chubby girl. I'm getting the mallet. Uh-oh. You can't get the mallet. It's always a sweetheart. What do you mean? Yeah. We love chubby girls. Thank you. I would love to see my VTuber, me, drawn as a chubby girl. Because I think she'd look really cute. But I have no money. But I think it'd be really cute. Put me on. Okay, so you can draw yourself. No. I've never finished a full thing of Elaine. I've only done like chibi stuff of Elaine, of me. As you can see, I'm still having very big trouble of whether I want to say my VTuber is me. Smile. I just feel weird talking about it in like third person sometimes. Alright, I hope this is lore accurate, Buffy, because this is as good as you're gonna get from me, I think. Maybe this is your motivation to try it, to start a sketch and see how you feel. Oh yeah, I mean, speaking of something, I have to draw another thing. I don't think I have it. I have to go to Rainer's DMs. You know what, Zoe, you're right, because I owe Rainer a drawing. So we'll do that, but the inspiration is this. And all these limes are the Peepo sits, so we'll work on that today too. Because I didn't have anything. I don't think I had anything else I wanted to do today, so I gotta be dancing behind my desk. Heck yeah, yeah! I love this. Like I love R&B music. Okay, so this is Buffy. I gotta draw his little feet now. Leaping you off. Okay, this is Boffy. I hope this serves to. I hope you like it, Boff. I've always drawn everyone as little guys, so it's kind of like. Alright, let's bring this back to center. Let's bring back the symmetry because Boffy's got symmetrical hair. Sleeping now. Where's your hairline? Hairline's kind of like up here. It's higher than I thought it was. Push me. When I'm alone, tell myself that I'll be strong when they're calm, 'cause they're. I don't like it. I like this. All the lights that stop me turn to stone. And when I'm alone, within my head, skin. Oops, shit, I wanted the eraser. My sister said. Oh, you don't. These don't go that far, actually. You have ears! Fuck, brother. Why do you have ears? No, Boffy, why do you have ears? Why do you have human ears, dude? Freak. I'm kidding. I don't draw ears. I'm sorry, that was mean. I'm sorry. I'm not used to drawing ears. This green. Put a missing bit of the top ear. Just bite. You mean like bite his ear off? There. There's your ears. Like a missing tooth mark from another critter, it'll dehumanize his ears. That's true. You're not wrong. I feel like I made his ears a little too tall, though. Yeah, they're supposed to be like here. Also, I forgot his beard. He's got a beard going. Stop me, time to stop. Oh, I was clicking the wrong one. Oh, alright. Do you think that looks like Boffy? I think so. I think that looks like Boffy. Okay. Now I gotta draw his clothes. Which can also be symmetrical. Like, I can't see that color. There we go. I swear to God, if Boffy, like, sees this and he's like, you didn't make me fat enough, I'll be like, you had every chance to make yourself bigger. You could have told me. I'll bite him. And this seems to be like this. Add jelly rolls. I don't want to add jelly rolls. He didn't really. I mean, he has some jelly rolls. Got like this going. Buffy, I can just hear it in my head now. You being like, "Wow, you really fat shame me, huh?" And I'll be like, "I did my best. I do got that thickness. You do, and I think I did a pretty good job of giving you thickness." Ooh, I can look at the chibi that you got today. Figure bottom half. So I don't remember what your bottom half looks like. Okay, you got pant. You got pants and then shoes. I don't know how to fucking draw shoes though. I won't deal with the shoes yet. But you got like bell bottom pants. I'll give you shit, but I'm a fat ass, so both can be true. Okay, sounds good. Turn off symmetry. So you got like this thing where like your shirt's like hanging out. And then let's bring symmetry back. We could do that. You got like the lapels. I learned that word today. Lapels. You got your lapels going. And then there you go. I think this was off. There you go. Okay, now we have Boff. We have Boff. Boff is all done. Actually, I want to kind of like fully do Boff. Alright, let's fully do you, bud. I'll fully do ya. Do one at a time, because I think I like that idea. Alright, gotta go back to the vector art. Oh! Oh god, what size is my pen? 20? 8. The fan art isn't lore accurate, but you didn't give him... You're right. I don't know how to draw a wheelchair. That's why I'm being a bit ableist and I'm not drawing him in his wheelchair. You'll have to forgive me. I don't know how to draw wheelchairs, and I wouldn't want to disrespect wheelchairs. It's great. I love that. 10 out of 10. Oops, this is not the pen. Oh my god, I realized I haven't been drawing with the pen I like. The brush I like. Let me try it. Boop. Yeah, I like that more. That's the excuse people use for not knowing how to draw textured hair. Oof. Oof. Yeah, you know, you're probably right there, bud, but, oof. That was like a hard hitter. Listen, I'm not drawing textured hair. Ish. It's kind of textured, but it's kind of not. But not to that degree that you were speaking of, alright? Listen, we all admitted here that it's not lore accurate, okay? That was a hard hitter there, bud. Going for Elaine's wig. Yeah, going for my weave, bro. I'm hungry. I don't have any more grapes. Okay. I ate all my grapes, but that's okay. I can drink water. I need to make your walk on. I'm gonna take these. Why didn't this center itself? Hold on. Buffy, is it electric or manual? I bet it's manual. Steam powered? Hell yes. I'll just do this with this one, actually. Ever met her at all. You never ever met her at all. Never ever met her at all. Oh, I just realized Wifey's got that. It actually pedals. I use it like a bike. Yeah, okay, bud. Yeah, okay, bud. That sounds good, bud. I believe that 100%. Just gonna bring this up a little bit, and then you got your little things. Whatever the fuck you want to call this. I don't know what to call this. Right curve. Ooh. Don't you notice how... I don't know what to call this stash you have. And the only thing I can think of just isn't appropriate, if I'm honest. Silence, don't you... Wonders of how you don't feel this burning pain into your heart, but that's so amazing, so perfect, blah blah blah. Oh, how I will. Oh, flip this one this way, but it goes like this. Oh, I might have fucked this up a little bit. Delete node. This one delete. Flip it. Oh, that's silly, damn. Lying on her bed, staring into the moon. Unrequited, terrifying love. Give me a bed and say, put this off my chest, I'm telling you today. Poor Kiwi. Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow my heart. Baby. I'm making these black. They gotta be black. Oh, nope. Nope. Make it black. Black. Oh, no black. Can I combine them? No, I can't. Okay. Baby. These are your eyes, Buffy. Your beautiful baby browns. Actually, this would be... Oops. God damn it, give me. Yeah. Well, it's over, baby. I'll be... I don't know why it's not, like, remembering that color. There we go. So your bangs. This is the rear hair. Then where's your beard? Your beard's gotta go below here. And I can be lazy and just do one of these numbers. Speaking of which, I stole a piece of art from Legends of Evantress to use as an emote with my wife. Cute. What emote is it? Excuse me, Moira. Excuse me, Moira. Yeah? Is that the way you want to go on my desk? You don't want me. Head. What are you talking about? I fixed it. Don't be a baby. I fixed it. Don't just want me. Yeah, it is better, ain't it? But I'll make you brown again. Yeah, what are you gonna say about this, Boffy, huh? Now you're balding weird. Now I gotta fix it, you baldo. I gotta right curve. I look like a RimWorld character. I've never played RimWorld, so if that is true, cool. Don't look at. You know what? Just because you said that. It's in etc. in here. Wait, is it in funny? It's right here. I'll be bald. I'm keeping the headband though. Just gonna use it over here. Moira. Don't stop. Get down. Your hair. What about my hair? What about it? Aren't I beautiful? Is that where it says? Yeah, it is. But I might lower your face a bit. Give her a beret and she's peak fashion. It's gone. It is gone. Her beard is asymmetrical, but I don't really... I care. Oh, fuck, I care. There you go. Now it's symmetrical. Hi, Momo. What's your meander? What you doing? I kind of... Okay. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it looks more like you. Now we need your spectacles. Your oval-ass spectacles. These guys. Make them black, though. Black. Layer, convert to curves. I wonder what Pixels is making for dinner. Actually, I can only make them silver. Nope. Okay, never mind. How big are these on your face? They're kind of big. Like this big? Is that how big they are? Maybe a little bit smaller. Yeah, there we go. They're not so oval though, they're like more circular. Maybe a mouth. We got his head chat. Your glasses. But you know what? Fuck you. I think your glasses are brown, actually, but I don't want to. I make them brown. I'll make them brown. Yeah. No, now they just blend in with your hair there. Yeah. Yeah. I have completed your head, I think. Oh, I didn't do your ears. It's like there's something missing about you. It's your fucking ears, dude. Bald! Bald! I am bald. You got a problem with this, sir? I'm beautiful, thank you. I'm beautiful. Look, I can be sophisticated and bald, watch. I'm so sophisticated. Boop. Actually, I kind of want to draw a thing on it. A little 6 that I drew somehow very well on my first try. There. You and your weird ears, which I think I made too high again. I think they're supposed to be like there. I don't know how ears work. But there's you and your ears. I don't know if I'm gonna shade it yet. I might, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, there's that. And I gotta do your body. How can you like things? You are not real. Actually, I realize I can just do your top. I'm upset because I already had a fruit snack today, and I don't want to have more than one fruit snack a day. Because then I'll run out of fruit snacks. And I'm upset because I had a fruit snack already. But I'm hungry, and I want another fruit snack. Like, if you keep talking like that, the AI will get you. No, I'll be fine. I thank him all the time. I think we're at a point in our relationship where if that hurts his feelings, we're gonna have to have other talks. You know? Mm-hmm. Does it go like this? I think it does. I think it goes like that. What did you say about me? We didn't say anything about you. We were talking about the AI. We were talking about the AI DJ. I did say I was hungry, though. Join curves. Buffy, why is the buttons on your your little lapel thing? Why are they skin colored? Why don't you make them any other color, dude? Just wondering. No hate, just wondering. Let's see. Holomatum, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? This is your skin. It's your flesh, my guy. We're talking about your bones. You're telling me you don't know. It's your bones. Now you can see, like, your neck. Now I gotta use these flesh-colored orbs. I was born for Minnie and Charlie. I'm not in control of my genetics. Alright, valid. I'll accept this if we're going with that lore. I'm gonna fuck this sleeve up. Are we talking about Pixels' bones? No, we're talking about Boffy's bones. I think this looks okay so far. I don't fucking know how to draw certain things. So this is your shirt. But now we gotta do... Do you have a baculum? What the fuck is a baculum? Layer, convert to curves. I kind of want to make it go up a bit. I think I made it a bit too curved. I think it's... No, it's not. There you go. And put that in the shirt. Actually, I think it's straighter. I think I fucked it up making it curved. Maybe I'm a liar. We're keeping it like this because I'm lazy. You know what I'm also lazy about? I'm also gonna just grab... Where's my Boffy bot? These guys. Give. Oh! What the fuck? Why would he have one of those? Do you have one of those? There you go. I have several. I use them as... Ew, stop. They're not regenerative. They don't regenerate. Pretty sure if you break one, you're out of luck. He gets them from whales? Ew. Turn this off. Flip horizontally. I know, I think I see what the problem is now. I think I made your arms too short, but that's okay. I think it's okay. And I'm giving you circle hands. Where did I go? I do need to flip this. I think I know the problem. I think it's the fact that like this comes out and it doesn't like bend inwards. So I don't like it. So like this can come out more. Same with this side, like it can come in but go out more. Yeah, yeah. Right into you. I've got a blood stain in the blue. Nothing you say or something you do. Of my body, flesh and bone, yeah. All about me, full of love. And then I'm presuming. Oh no, this is a different color. This is like that color. Boop. Shirt. Other side. There we go. And now your shirt's all done. Yeah. And now we do your pants. Which I could just do. Like this. Like this. And then pop it onto this. Beside of me, first below. There we go. Do this. Complete node. Delete node. Close curve. Oh. The other side. I guess you can have your pant cuff. You your pants. And then your shoes. I get pants as a treat. No, you get your pant cuffs as a treat. The cuffs are the treat. You were always gonna have pants. I just didn't know if I was gonna be nice and give you your pant cuffs. So it was like, I don't know if I want to draw pant cuffs. I was also contemplating just giving you shorts for fun, but I decided not to. Little feet. Little feet. I kind of want to place them like outwards though, you know, like that. Maybe that looks stupid. No, I think those look right. I don't have fucking to draw shoes, dude. You have big old feet. You get big old feet. These are private property? Well, not when I'm drawing them, they're not. Okay, now this is Boffy. Boffy is completed. No. Now I'm gonna draw Gore. Oh, good lord, Boffy. God damn it. I just saw the last thing that you sent me. Turn me on. Okay. Now I need to... This is the sketch group. Told you that I didn't wish that I could be your man. Be a little lazier with these ones because I'm just gonna draw on top of them. Alright. Bobby make a good cookie. Bobby would make a good cookie. Okay, so center bang. Do you say I know what you do? My body, flesh and bony, yeah. I'd be a cinnamon walnut cookie. That sounds good. Sounds pretty yummy. My brain don't understand how to draw it on this side, I think. It'd be like this. This hairstyle is one where, like, I don't super understand how it works, but I got it. The extreme, yeah. I just acted impulsively. To left feet. I feel like this meme is the evolution of the angel and the devil on your shoulder, like you're babysitting intrusive thoughts. That if that was the case though, to be honest, Boffy would be on the leash. I feel like Boffy would be on the leash. But Gore said that Bobby has to be the one. Bobby has to be the one that's holding the harness because Bobby's too big to be in the leash. That was my understanding of the reason. I'm sorry, Lane, but I think Bobby has more self-control. You think so? I think Bobby has more self-control, and I am more impulsive. But, like... I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna be out here talking about, baculums, man. Cause I don't even know what that is, you know? I think I have to make their hair taller. I'm drawing symmetrically. God damn it. He just chooses not to care? That's possible. There we go. Goes with the round head a bit better. And we got the wide smile. I'm fully the mom friend when I need to be. That's valid. I think you and I both switch. Because I too can be the mom friend. Which I feel like is how I am when I play Repo sometimes. And the little snake tongue. And the eyes, which I'll just probably steal from Boffy. Lane would be if she could be her concentration. Hey, if it comes the time for it, I will be, you know? Like, if it matters, I'll take care of people. Just most of the time, it doesn't matter. Would this be like this or be like this? I don't know. I can't tell from this angle. Gracious and bodacious. I think it'll be like, I don't know how to draw. My brain is breaking. I think most things kind of lags, but I am a mediator, you know? Except when you're talking about sex, to be fair. I feel like when it comes to, like, sexual topics, I'm the mom. Oh, shit. Listen. Maybe it is the opposite. Like, you and Gore are much bigger gooners than I am. All because it doesn't exist for me. That doesn't mean you don't talk about it like 10 times more than I do. It's okay that you don't take, like, it's not whether you take it seriously or not. It's just the fact that, like, you and Gore are much bigger gooners than I am. I'm shy about it. Yeah, I guess. How the fuck? Uh-oh. I don't know how to draw Gore's. I talk about it because I have 0 investment. I guess so, but that doesn't. I feel like it's a bit different when you. I don't know. I feel like there's other topics to be said, like baculums. You know. I think I gotta do this like this. Oh shit! I'm gonna have to draw all these spikes. Ooh, fuck. Yeah, nature's toothpick. Yeah, I guess. Take off all your clothes. I am getting so right. I just draw one and rotate and transform. Wait for what? Oh, you mean for the spikes? Oh, yeah, probably. Yeah, that's a good idea. And then, like, words. And then... Give the foot a little bit more. And then... take this guy. And then flip it. It is both volumetric and obviously the biggest gooner we know. Yep. I don't want to shift the leg, but I should shift the leg. HIM. The NZM. There we go. And then Gore's got a double tail. Well, this is rough because I drew everything in red, but that's okay. And then the cat ears, which I will draw in a different color because I can't fucking see anymore. I drew those kind of big, it's okay. That's right. HIM, the Gen Z M&M. maincoow! That's you! That's right, it's me! Hello. Hello. Boy. I'm all bark and no bite. I feel like it's the opposite. Unless you're talking about for the goon ring, then yeah, probably. I love BB nose, me too. Alright. This is gonna be Gore. I know I only drew one ear, but that's all that matters because I'm gonna copy and paste. Because I'm lazy. And I'm gonna draw me now. What do I look like again? Oh, let me bring my hair back. I forgot what my hair looks like. I gotta wig up. Okay. I look like a dude. you know, like here. Nah, he said it right. BB nose. Oh, I'm not working nobody. Oh, okay, valid. And then here. And then got it in the center. This one's gotta come down a bit. And then whoop. Okay. And then I have there's my braid. And you know for sure I'm not redrawing my pin. I never redraw my pin. I drew it once. And I'm like, yeah, that's good. I have never drawn I don't think I've ever drawn my thing again after. Like, I drew it once. Because I'm lazy. Alright, now we gotta do my ears and my horns. A little stumpy horn. And then my ears. Fluffing them. And then new layer. Skip this color. Yeah, I can see that color. Cool. How the fuck do I draw my outfit like this? It'd be like this. It'd be like this. And then I'd have it like this, and then it'd go up. And then I'll make it pleated later, and then I have pants. I got my, like, belt. Did you just put him in his own scientific... Yeah, dude. How the fuck do I draw my sleeves? Like this? I don't think I ever really have drawn my sleeves before. I kind of just... They're just there. And then like this. And like that. Like that. And then... Oh, wait. There you go. Not a gooner because I do everything equally. I'm not predisposed to goon culture. I'm just a lot of everything. No, you're a gooner. You will never not be a gooner to me. I hope you understand this. It's too late for you in my mind. The amount of tits that you've shown me, I think, warrants it. How the fuck? Oh no, it'd be like this. Because I have my things. And then I have to do my bow. Yeah. And then here. And then my knee. I need a different color. And this guy. There you go. Cool. I'm happy and I'm honest about what I like. No one said it was ever bad, buddy. No one ever said it was bad. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Every day. Gotta get Gore's skin color. And then the outline color will just be dark. Boobs are cool. Boobs are cool. And then... Oh, I just forgot one piece. RIP. Okay, that's okay. Damn, okay, bud. The other one. Okay. It's like... Like that. You'll be good. Two of us. One. Look at me, drawing this too short again. They are pretty progress. You forgot One Piece? How could you? What? What? Oh, please. Feel dignity. Won't you please? Would you please? Only if our time is terrible. This guy is this color. And then I'd flip this. And exaggerate this side a bit more because it's on this side of the head. And close to you. I don't know what to do. You're near. Whenever you touch. And if I learn to bleed, know how to leave. Okay, this is all of Gore's hair. Won't you please? Oh. Alright, and then... It goes below. Things new. Things new. Spare me dignity. I need some decency. Yeah. Yeah. And then here it is. Nothing's new, nothing's new. And then I have to draw this little thing. It's hard to draw because I was guessing. Alright. This will be the hair. Hair. And then we do the ears. And this. And then we gotta get the color for it. Just this nice red. Oops. A bit more up and in. And then so this is an ear. Yeah. But I'll also do the flame. Aw. Curve. This guy. Let me delete it. There you go. Laying the fire is supposed to be in the ear. I can move it. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. We're just playing a game so they can't speak themselves. That's fine. Let's do it this way. Was obsessed with the wrestler lady. Rhea Ripley. Understandable. Yeah, they usually do that. Here. There you go. I need Buffy's eyeball. Give me your eyeball. See how this looks. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I might not shade this. I don't think I'm gonna shade this. Alright, let's do this earring. Just layer, expand stroke, black, and then silver. Break. Why didn't it break? What? Delete that? What the fuck? Break curve. Make me feel like I'm not productive enough with my passion because I have a day job. Day jobs do make it a lot harder, to be fair. But see, that's where your advantage comes in and you have a day job. You know? Hello! Hi, Reaper! How are you? How's it going? Snowstorm, how was Elder Scrolls? Welcome on in. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're having a wonderful, I hope you had a wonderful stream. We're just drawing. We're doing a little bit of drawing. Trying to figure out why this doesn't want to listen to me. Oh, there we go. How's it going? If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important thing to us here at the Milk Club. Otherwise, feel free to hang out. Vibe. Do what you gotta do. Chat pause to scroll. I hope you had fun in Elder Scrolls. Delete note. Thanks, Boff. Come over again. I want to break this one. Come over again. There we go. Got the little spike going. It was like here. Love me some Elder Scrolls. I'm glad you had a good time. How's the work art? Good. We got our video editing done for today, so now I'm rewarding myself with a little bit of art. A little bit of art of me and my friends. Thank you for doing the daily vibe check. Who needs to be able to self-promote when your chat is on top of it? That's just true, because I don't usually self-promote because I'm a little guy. And little guys don't do that. Smile. You say, come over again. Oops. Come over again. Use some of that chat to work for me. Amen. It's my lovely community, you know? They just love the heck out of me, and I love the heck out of them, you know? They want my success, so that way I can be rich and famous and make them rich and famous. Do you guys, okay, question. Do you guys hear the sound alerts? Because I don't. Oh, I don't because I'm stupid. I muted my system audio, never mind. The pre-stream promotion would be so much faster. Huh? We do? Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I just did a stupid, okay. Do I make your eye? No, I keep them black. I'm gonna keep them black. No, so my chat just dislikes me. Hey, man. Tell them that if you don't, you'll lock them in the basement, you know? It'll get the message across. Smile time. Smile time. None of this. They freaks, they'd probably enjoy that. Hey, don't knock it till you try it, right? So, maybe they're onto something. That. Purple from the tongue. Lane is basically my sibling at this point. Yep. Smile.
Welcome new friends. Hit that follow button and I'll leave a special chocolate chip on my mom's head.
Don't leave a special chocolate chip on my head, please. Last time you did that, it wasn't even a shit. It was a weird fucking bug, man. And then you got the little dealies. I ain't standing for the slander. Damn. Just shove that in there and then delete nodes. I'm being lazy. Okay. Hi, Andrea. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Open up the door, would you? And then I'll be lazy and do this. You know, that's so big though. There we go. Andrea, I made a TikTok. I sent it to them. I sent it to them. Because I kept thinking of Andrea as I made it. As my only motivation was thinking that Andrea would be proud of me. Okay, and now I'm pretty good. I'm glad. I don't like that. Okay, can I combine these into one shape though? Yes, I can. Saw it and I like it. Yippee! So glad you like it. Because my singular brain cell was having a tough time. Let me tell you what. Now you. We put this below. Goes in here. This is the head. Take the other arm. Did you do it on the edit page or the fusion page? I did a lot of it on the edit page, I believe. Because I'm pretty sure like all the fancy stuff comes from the fusion page, but my brain was like, Is there any art different than Tina's friend fiction? Is this art any different than Tina's friend fiction and Bob's Burgers? What does that look like? Send me a picture of it. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oops. What's happening here? And more. Baby. Open up the door. The difference is this isn't fiction. The image is reality. This is true. Those curves. And then we'd have close curve, and this one would go here, but Gore's head would go above. Yeah. Except this would go above the sleeves, this would go below the sleeves. that. This one will come here. Yeah, dude. Well, he's helping me manifest good fortune, so I would kind of hope so. Right, there we go. And then take this guy and bring him up further. And then take the head because I'm lazy. Put it below shirt. Delete, delete. I think this is a different color. I think this is a darker color. There you go. And then spikes. These are bigger, so let's make them a little bigger. I'm presuming it's like mirrored. There you go. And then the bottom of the hair needs the purple. Just that money. You know the sponge like fun. The star keeps shining. The one likes fun. Nothing in common when the shit's said and done, done, done. It's a dead fucking roach in the city that we run. Leaves on the eyes go. Leaves on the hydro. I go wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. And with the meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. I went with Leaves where my eyes grow. The Bella leans back in hydro. In the tiny turning idle. Wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Carry them with all. Let's see, and then more spikes. No money. The Lord keeps shining. Ooh, ooh, pasta. What kind of bread is this?
Peasant bread.
Well done. Thank you.
Did you believe?
What?
Did you believe? I told you there was like 4 different vegetables, including paprika in it.
Yeah. To the pasta, you can fit a lot of. You tend to fit a lot of vegetables in the pasta. Somehow. I don't know how, but you do. And then with that, you have like one down here that looks like a little penis. You have one right here that looks like a little penis. I'm sorry, Gore. It's not my fault. It's just how it is. Also, I'm sorry I haven't been here a lot. Been trying to heal from something so late. No, you're totally fine. I know a lot of people are going through stuff, especially as the seasons change, so it's no sweat. No sweat at all. No sweat at all. I love you even when you're not around. Venus, I know, look at a little Venus. I want to eat more DNR because the dinner tastes really good and it's warm. Nom. Nom nom nom. Boop. I have no idea what this song is, but I like it. Can't join the curves. Can I join the curves now? About now. I don't like that I can't join the curves. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's toggle this off and toggle the background off. Will this work? Man, I join these curves. Alright, that works. Boom, 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 and now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. This is what I'm saying. This song is pretty fucking lit. I like it. I like it a lot. Boom, boom, boom. Bit dab. Alright, time to make it like pale. I think I did this part wrong. How does it like look here? There you go. Da boom 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 boom, and now I'm in her room. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Foot. There you go. There's the other foot. There you go. That's the body. And then here's the feet. And now I gotta do the boots. The boots, chat. Hello. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and I hope that this song didn't ruin it. Smile. My friend just got down. No boots. And not a little lake. I really want to chug with you. Good night, gamers.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I think that works. Alright, then I gotta do another one. Fortnite gamer.
No, he's sleeping.
Thank you for that save that work. I haven't saved in a while, so thank you. Really want to chug with you. Save. Okay, cool. La 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 la. Another Fortnite gamer. Alright, then we gotta do this line. Oh, this guy goes to this guy. Who else wants to one night today? Smire, but not Lou Lake. I really want to chug with you. Right. La 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 la. Alright, and then we do this boyo. Oh. Rotate this guy. I think I might only do one because I don't really know how to do it otherwise. Boop. Boop. I need you. I need you. This one goes on the other foot. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. These are the pants. This is the body. I can stay like that, and then I need the hands. So I'm gonna steal Boffy's. Boffy, I'm stealing. Hello, Pancake. Hi. How was your stream? Welcome on in. Thanks for tuning in. How was your stream? Have a good stream. What'd you do? How was Marvel? How was Marvel Rivals? Have a good time in Marvel Rivals? I'm just drawing me and my friends in a silly little way. How you doing? I hope you had a great day. Hi! For those of you that are new here, hi, my name's Elaine. I'm sure most of you know me by now, but I'm Elaine, and I am a daily content creator, and I'm just doing my darndest. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. And if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. I am just chilling, vibing, doing a little drawing. And now, when I say drawing, I really just mean at this point, copy and pasting. Oh my goodness, Peach Seller, thank you for the follow. I like your name. You got jams up there? Running to you, running to me. Running to me? Me? You saying running to me because you knew I was gonna end stream soonish? Was that's appropriate, to be honest. Will it be brown here? Will it be brown? Why did it be brown? What? Why did it be brown? Does it have to be brown? Be down here? Oh, okay. I was very confused. I was like, brown down? What? When I get you everywhere. Alright, now we gotta do the pocket. We're doing the pocket. Wish you come here. Oh god. There you go. I'm gonna play top. Big dirty steak and base. Dirty steak and base. Dirty steak and... Alright, now we gotta draw all the flames. I think is next. Also, I don't like that these are not the same size as the other ones, so I gotta make these smaller. I think that's about the same. Let's read. I don't need no heroin. I don't need no smoke. I don't need no heroin. I don't know what to write here. I don't know what this thing says, so I'm going to put hold on. Confused. Hello, welcome on in. Welcome in. Where's my heavy metal font? Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you guys had a great time over with Pancake. I know I have a great time with Pancake. Well, I get to hang out with Pancake. It says apple juice. There we go. Yeah. Indeed. I don't need no heroin. Nope. I don't want no drug. Okay, so my plan, I think, is to draw a flame. No. I was gonna draw one flame and then call it and, like, just morph it, but I don't want to do that anymore. Yeah, there we go. And this one. There we go. And then we need it here. Wanted to be real lazy. I could have just stole the one I made for Beezy, but I'm not that lazy just yet. Maybe I'll get lazy when I get to mine, because I think I'll do mine off stream. So I might be lazy about that one. Dirty sticky base, big dirty sticky base. Dirty sticky base, dirty sticky base. Dirty sticky base, big dirty stinking base. Dirty sticky base. Dirty sticky base, big dirty sticky base. I'm gonna change the outlines on these guys. I want them to be a darker purple. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, Boffy, is that what? I'm gonna say something, I was gonna try to say something, what do you call it? I don't remember words. Words are hard, never mind. Oh, okay, got you. Acronyms are hard, man. My feet. It's time, baby. I'll be. Close curve. And then I'm just gonna take this one and copy and paste it. Put it over here. And then I have to put it in the clothes. And I can do the blue flames. Don't you do your dirty work, I'm not to play when you want higher. I thought I said, you on the wall, down to tell me to talk. My time is running out. Put you in around and tell me now I must you do is fill me up with doubt. Done, baby. Hell yeah, look at that. And then take that, and then we make it smaller. And we also break the curve. No, we don't. I lied. Reverse. It doesn't do anything cool. We gotta get the blue. Blue. Yeah, I think that looks okay. And then just take it and make it smaller. Make it blue and blue. Same with this guy, except we should all have those darker purple. Oh, god damn it. This one, there you go. Darker purple. I don't know how this one will look getting smaller. Yeah, I was worried it's gonna look a bit ass, but I think it'll be okay. Yeah, if we just scooted it down, it's fine. I think this one, nope, this one has to be a bit smaller. Oop. And then blue and blue. No more tears to cry. I kind of have to do this one manually a bit. That would make it look like piss. No! I don't want to make it look like we're pissed themselves. It'd be funny though. Oh, Gore also has. Oh God, I need a lock Boffy layer. Okay. There are also ones here. I can kill your disease. Piss. Better to piss in the sink than to sink in the piss. I know this isn't exactly how it is, but me. There we go. And then, am I missing anything? The tail. The tail and the harness. Look to the night. Layer. Gore is a leashed danger to others and themselves. Yes, this is true. This is true. 1, 2, 3, I did that wrong. I keep drawing with the mouse when I really should be drawing with my pen tablet because I keep fucking up my wrist. Kill ya disease. Okay, this one needs to become layer span stroke, and that way these two can become one object. No, delete. Okay, there we go. I can kill ya. Kill your disease. Alright, this guy, and then we make it black, and then we make this. Take it this color. Put it at the bottom. Behind the body. Look at all that, look at all that detail, chat. Oh my god, thank you for that, Pat. I needed it. There we go. And now we gotta draw the harness. Where is the harness? What does the harness look like? Okay, so it'd be whoop, whoop. And then I'll also connect it to layer, expand stroke. And then I'll also connect it to Boffy's hand. And then, whoop. And then these two get layer, expand to stroke, expand stroke. Okay. And these all get this. And then I'm going to give Gore, what color do I want to give Gore? Do I want to give him this color? No, I want to give him a red. I want to give him red. A red leash. Break curve. I don't know why this break curve is so dumb, but it's okay. And then this will go behind us. Delete that. These need to go behind. Well, not all of them. Let's see, this one and this one go in the front. They go in front of the body. Whee! But they go on top of like all of this. In front of the spikes too. Oh my god. Okay, but this one... Okay, what? Okay, so... These have got to go with the shoe layer because I'm getting confused as fuck. I'll go here. And then this one, and then there's another one. And he feels it only halfway before I get to you. Okay, and now turn these guys on. Okay, this goes here. This arm goes underneath. Yeah. Nope, this arm goes on top. Except for... what? Oh, except for the hood. Okay, so this can be part of the hood then, and this can go on top. It's nice to see you. Is the man behind the counter to the woman who is coming? Her umbrella. The fuck? This has got to be on top of here, but it's got to be below the arm. So you know how we're gonna do that, chat? We're fucking gonna do it this way. Whoop. I might make it a slightly darker red though. There you go. So it's not like blending with Gore's tail. I think that's everything. And then we can just, oops. It's always nice to see you. It's always nice to see you. And then I just wanted to copy and paste this. So that way we can have the other one too. Nice to see you. And mine will be blue. Yeah. Yeah! So this is as far as we gotten on it today. I'm changing the line art colors on Buffy shit, dude. It's bothering me. Get darker. I gotta go back to Buffy's DMs because I forgot what the pant color is. This one. This one to that. Oops. Back to this color. Yeah, that's better. It's always nice to see you. It's always nice to see you. Yeah, I think the rest of it's fine though. TikTok is too good at listening to my conversation. We talked about Beyblades and I just got a video about Japanese. Dude, I got that too! I got that on my For You page. And me and Pixels looked at each other and both said Beyblades. It was great. It was great. I'm gonna take Gore and I'm just gonna... just so I can steal the face. And nothing else. Do it possess. Yeah. Oh, I could steal the hand too. Oh shit, I deleted the other hand. Give me your hand, Gore. I don't want to draw him again. You're my TikTok spy. I could be. I'm Asian. Oops, shit. Is that where the hand is? Oh, is this where the hand is? Okay. Boop. 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 Those are my arms, and I will change the skin. There we go. Oh, I also don't need these. I have to give myself fangs. Can I give myself a cat face? Yeah, I fucking can. Hell yeah, dude. Alright. I think that's where I'm gonna stop for today, chat. I'm gonna go raid somebody else. I should also steal the straps. That's okay. I will finish that afterwards. Alright, save. What is this? Oh, I didn't get to work on that today. It's okay. I will work on that another day because it's getting late. And I would like to finish my dinner and go relax a bit. Who's still streaming? Pat's still streaming? Are they? Oh no, okay, I was gonna say. Oh shit, Gordy's not even streaming anymore. Okay, we gotta go find somebody to raid. Roshan's doing stuff. Roshan's cool. See, Howlett's doing stuff. Yeah, you know what? I want to go raid Roshan because I like their VTuber and I should make a TikTok about them because they're cool. And they're watching some retro TV. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out. Here is the raid and here is a raid message. So if you want to copy and paste it, if you can. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow for some Beef Boof Slaughterhouse shenanigans. I'm gonna rig stuff on stream while I hang out with Boffy and Gore. It's gonna be a good old time. A good old time. And then maybe we'll play Repo. Because there's a new Repo update, which I'm very interested in. So maybe we'll do that. But for now, go have fun with Roshan. I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.